Ladies and gentlemen, Let us please take our seats so that we can start. Just take up your seat.
Today's event marks 33 years since Mr. de Klerk announced the new constitutional democracy that we now live in today.
Look, I mean, I think today's event was important because it brought a focus to the importance of the Constitution in South Africa's democracy.
To me, the real threat to the Constitution of South Africa today is the massive unemployment and poverty we have in this country.
Top 10 threats to human rights is the unsustainable conditions of poverty, inequality, unemployment, load shedding, violent crime, and declining social, educational, and health services that constitute the lived daily experience of a majority of South Africans. These people deserve a South Africa that fights for them too.
The decision to make nuclear weapons was taken before I became a member of the cabinet. I was shocked when I heard about it. I never liked the idea.
This is the 30th anniversary of the announcement of South Africa to eliminate its nuclear arsenal.
Today's conference on property rights is part of an emotionally charged political debate that will define South Africa's ability to become a better country.
But it's also a recognition of your fundamental human rights. Property rights are human rights after all. And this essentially is what this conference is discussing today. How to promote property rights, but also how to defend property rights against malicious actors.
Everybody needs to work together in one single united direction in legislative policy that is cohesive so that we can achieve the goals.
In this episode, we're going to deal with F.W. de Klerk and South Africa's international relations. This is the second memorial lecture, and it will be delivered by Professor Chet Crocker.
The time has passed for visiting Americans to give sermons because South Africans are shaping their own destiny.
So the link here is FW's ability to make things possible.
On the 15th of October 1993, F.W. de Klerk received a telephone call from the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation, informing him that he had won the Nobel Peace Prize.
Thank you to all the viewers, and I trust that we will build a wide network of people that share the same values and the same ideals, and under custodianship of the F.W. Klerk Foundation and in collaboration with other like-minded organizations, we can change the fortunes of South Africa and all of its people. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a privilege to have you all here. I'm Christo van der Rede. I was appointed CEO of the de Klerk Foundation at the beginning of this year, and today we're together to have sort of a think tank discussing the challenges, the opportunities that comes with coalition government, with the newly established government of national unity. I'm also very proud to say that we've got a range of stakeholders here to help us, thinking about these things, but more so to forge relationships. I think going forward, the voice of civil society will become even more important. Often people think that democracy comes every once in 5 years. Now you can sit back and you can expect now politicians to do the work on your behalf. I think that's a mindset that we need to change. As civil society, we need to take co-responsibility of our constitutional democracy. And we must ensure that it benefits, that it becomes a reality for all of our people. I'm also really proud about the number of foundations that have joined us here today. I think we've got representatives from the Mbeki Foundation, we've got representatives from the Mandela Foundation, from the Alan Sussman Foundation, from the Kathrada Foundation, and others. We also have a range of people from business society, from agriculture. We also have people from civil organizations here, and then our esteemed panel, and also representatives from the church. And yes, it's about, engaging, talking to each other, and obviously forging relationships, which is so essential to really bring about the change that we all yearn for in South Africa. It's then my real privilege to welcome Elita de Klerk, the chairlady of the FW Foundation, just to say a few words of welcome. Elita?
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you and thank you for being here, ready in your minds and your hearts to participate at the F.W. de Klerk Foundation Conference of Coalition Government. Thank you, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, for being our loyal partner in such an important topic. Just by the title, we all know that we are aware what we are facing in South Africa. Currently, what is happening in the world, neither France nor Britain made an ideological shift, and all parties will be pitching towards the center. Similarly, the same tendency occurred here in South Africa. We are not here to speak to the converted. We are here to make our united voice louder for the commitment to put South Africa first and make this enormous mind shift. No more the accent to fall on political parties. The accent falls now on all South Africans. What can we all do to save our country and safeguard it from political egos? The Government of National Unity in South Africa, involving collaboration among multiple political parties, could present opportunities, but several risks and challenges. I read FW's statement of the withdrawal of the NGU in '96. Personally, I don't see many similarities. The background, meaning the country, is different, was and is different. The reasons of the two coalitions are worlds apart. In '96, the raw trauma of apartheid was still very close. Now, in 2024, we have seen and lived what we want as civilians to change. We see that the social compact has not changed much. We gave this message to the government with the elections clear, in my humble opinion. But of course, you are the esteemed speakers, the experts. I feel they have not heard us clear enough. I am so looking forward to hearing you all, and I have great appreciation for all the speakers who will inspire us and allow us to move forward with hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Elita. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few house rules. Please switch off your cell phones. There's an emergency exit towards the back and here in front. We also know that from time to time you would want to visit the restrooms, and that is just outside of the door to your right. And we will have a tea break. Please exchange your contact details with anyone of interest. And then we will also have lunch this afternoon. Please stay for lunch. Enjoy the day with us. This gathering is obviously a precursor for many to follow, but also, to give some input with regards to the proposed national dialogue by the Mbeki Foundation, the Mandela Foundation, all the other foundations. And there's a steering committee that's currently working on the framework, and hopefully in time we will know exactly when that will happen and how it will happen. So today really is about just having an open mind and try to come up with particular ideas and suggestions in terms of how do we see the road ahead as civil society for the GNU. Allow me to also welcome the project coordinator of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Christian Endres. Please come and share a few thoughts with us.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, speakers, friends of the F.W. de Klerk Foundation, and of course, Mrs. Elita de Klerk. Thank you very much for having me this morning. As mentioned, my name is Chris Endres. I am a project coordinator with the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and on your right. And I'm here to represent my director, Gregor Jecke, who is traveling today, so unfortunately is not here, but he sends his best wishes to all attending. As today's representative of CAS, I'd like to say a couple of words about the organization. We are a think tank associated with the Christian Democratic Union, the political party of former Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel. We promote democracy, good governance, human rights, and the rule of law in more than 100 countries worldwide. We've been in South Africa since 1982. We do this job of promoting democracy by fostering dialogue, much like today. We do it by fostering dialogue between policymakers, actors from the private sector and civil society, but also simply people who embrace their societal responsibilities. We promote the establishment of professional networks through exchanges, and we are in the business of exchanging the best ideas to tackle the challenges of the respective countries in which we have the pleasure of operating. Overcoming the legacy of apartheid has been something that we have taken as a goal since 1982 in South Africa. More concretely, in South Africa, we focus on strengthening the parliamentary, multi-party system and party cooperation, more topical than ever and probably a fitting theme for today. We support civil society and good governance. We promote political participation. We focus on international policy. And finally, we foster the principle of the social market economy and economic reforms. Today's topic helps us lift our eyes from the frenetic political news cycle of the past months. The dust has settled, but I suspect just for a moment before the next big wave of news hits us. As a South African, I am very happy to see that the outcome has been respected and a coalition government has been formed. Even more so, I am relieved that the election was free, it was fair, and it was peaceful. And I'm very proud that our Liberation Party, compared to maybe other liberation parties, has accepted the end of its absolute majority. These are not things to be taken for granted, and I think is something that we can notch up as a great success. These important notes having been set, there will be little argument that the challenge that this new government faces remains the same as it was when the Constitution was adopted in 1996. And I'll leave you to consider what judgment that leaves us with. As President de Klerk reminded us in 2018, the leading objectives in adopting the Constitution were, and I quote, "to heal the divisions of the past and to build a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights." Close quote. Today, we aim to review the challenges and opportunities that coalition government offers in finally achieving these aims under our Constitution. Now, one of the things that I appreciate most about the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung is that it gives us the opportunity of generating these spaces where South Africans can come together to discuss South Africa and solutions for the challenges that South Africa faces. Debate and analysis is the lifeblood of informed citizenship. Through our discussions, we will be empowered to understand the underlying forces that shape our policies and, perhaps more importantly, to understand the motivations of our politicians. Opportunities like today are important in the bigger context because they foster a culture where policies are debated with evidence and reason. This process is essential for holding those in power to account and ensuring that they act in the best interests of the people and not just of their own agenda. So today, may I request that both the speakers and the audience bridge the gap between the complex political issues, the rhetoric, and the public. May we make the hidden workings of politics accessible and understandable, and in this way enhance our collective capacity to advocate for justice, for equality, and for our freedom. I thank you, and I look forward very much to the conversation.
Thank you, sir. It's now my real honor to welcome Dr. Sizwe Mpofu-Walsh. He is at the Department of International Relations at WITS, and he will speak to us for approximately 25 minutes. Sir, welcome. You are an esteemed broadcaster out there, a young man that you don't hold back, and we really want your honest assessment on where should we be heading as a GNU, as a nation. The podium is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Christo, if I may, and Mrs. de Klerk, to all of my fellow speakers, and to all gathered here today. It's wonderful to be with you here, to engage and join in dialogue at this fascinating, sometimes pantomimic, but always interesting time in our country's democracy. I have two prime purposes today. The first is to reflect on the election results and to try and interpret those results perhaps beyond the traditional tropes that have already begun to emerge around them, to try to distill some insight in those results that maybe goes beyond the obvious news cycle. And then to try and link that to the purpose for which we gather here today, which is to assess the opportunities and threats that lie pregnant in this political moment. So to begin first with questions of what actually just happened politically, I'd like to focus firstly on what happened with the political parties, and then to look at the question of turnout and to try and make sense of what I think was a breathtaking and paradoxical election outcome. So let's just take a step back and look at what really happened here, because I don't think we've fully digested the political earthquake that we have just witnessed. The ANC fell, and I've seen these numbers actually misquoted in many places, fell from 57% of the electorate, or of the national vote, to below 40. It's actually 39.7% of the national electorate. And that's what happens when you combine the national ballot and the regional ballot, which is what has produced the parliamentary allocation. So the ANC is actually officially now not just below 50, which was the talk of the election, but indeed below 40, and now sits at 39% of the national electorate in terms of its support. And so for an ANC to be below 40 is one thing, but perhaps even more interestingly, I think, is the provincial and, I would argue, even the local picture. Caveats entered about the inapplicability to analogize between local and national elections. Because if we look at the provincial picture, we get an even more breathtaking perspective, in my view. The first is that when we went into this election, the ANC comfortably held 7 provinces. It was on a knife's edge in one, which is the province in which we sit today, which is Gauteng, and it was far behind in the Western Cape. So it was comfortable in 7. It was on a knife's edge in one with a slim majority and far behind in the Western Cape. That picture, in terms of the provincial balance of power, has shifted dramatically. Where do we stand now? The ANC is far behind in the Western Cape still, but it's also far behind in Gauteng, which was on a knife's edge. It is now on a knife's edge in Mpumalanga, in the Free State, in the Northern Cape, where it actually lost its majority. And it's actually only now comfortable in 3 provinces from 7. It's comfortable in the Northwest, it's comfortable in Limpopo, and it is comfortable in the Eastern Cape. So really, provincially speaking, which I think has been one of the lost narratives of this election, the ANC has gone from dominating provincial politics to only being comfortable in a minority of provinces, 3, having to negotiate or be very precarious in the remainder, and actually losing outright. And of course, the situation in KwaZulu-Natal was disastrous. So when we try to appreciate the extent to which the ANC has lost its dominance, not only should we appreciate that it's fallen below 40, but also that the provincial calculus has shifted significantly and dramatically. And maybe finally, to try and accentuate the importance of what has happened at a local level, if you read the election results in the local metros, now of course the elections aren't exactly the same, but of course we have a big election coming up. I'm sorry to bring up big elections again. But those of you who aren't suffering yet from election fatigue, we have another election coming up in just under 2 years. And the talk will be about the metros and the extent to which the ANC will be able to retain control in big cities. The ANC, in one scenario, stands to lose all of them. The only metro that is probably safe is Buffalo City or East London. But every other metro has already either fallen or is very, very close to falling. And the one that I would look at, particularly in 2026, is Mangaung in the Free State, where the ANC is precarious provincially, but now stands also on the precipice of potentially losing that important city. So to take a step back, much of the discussion has been that the ANC has fallen below 50, but in actual fact, I think the deeper reflection is that it's actually fallen below 40 and it has lost majority control over being comfortable in all provinces, and indeed faces a very tough local government election given the results that were that emerged in metros. Having said that, on the opposition front, you have a DA which has increased slightly, I think from around 21 to 22. You have an EFF which has gone from 10.8 to 9.5, contracting slightly. You have obviously a surging MK party. And I'll pick up on some of those opposition trends when I come to the reflection on the threats and the opportunities in conclusion. So that's just an attempt to very briefly interpret the earthquake of the last month or so. But there are interesting questions about democratic participation which emerge from turnout that I think are also important as we continue our discussions today. And I'd like again to try and simplify and crystallize the message on turnout that we got in this election, because again, I'm not convinced it's been sufficiently canvassed in mainstream media. One of the paradoxes of this election for me is that it was billed as one of the most consequential moments in our democracy. And it felt important. But we had the lowest turnout that we've ever had before. So at the same time as we went into this consequential moment where it was actually possible that the ANC majority could wither, we saw the least participation in our election, in our national elections that we have ever seen. And there's an interesting paradox there, possibly a mystery there, as to why at a time of incredible political importance, that message couldn't be translated into greater voter enthusiasm. And so we had a turnout of 58% of the electorate. But what I think is probably more interesting is to look at how is the voting age population shifting and moving? How is the registered population shifting and moving? And how is the number of people who actually vote shifting and moving? And it's quite interesting. So if we compare 2019 on the one hand with 2024 on the other hand, we get, again, a paradoxical situation. The population is increasing. So the voting age population is increasing. So in 2019, it was about 35 million. And now we sit with a voting age population of about 42 million. The number of registered voters is also increasing, along with the population. So for the first time, we crossed the 27 million mark of registered voters. So out of the 42 million who can vote, only 27 million have registered to vote, but that's more than ever before. However, the number of people who actually voted was less in real terms, in terms of the actual number of people who voted and in terms of turnout, than even in 2019. So we've got growing population, growing registered population, but declining voting population. And I think that should give us all pause for concern. Exactly why that's the case, I'm not sure. But in an election which was billed as consequential and with a bigger registered population, why did so few people not vote? Was it to do with the new electoral system and the changes and the bureaucratic inefficiencies that emerged in the day of voting and the lack of clarity around the 3 ballots and where you could vote? Maybe. But we've seen this trend of turnout declining even before the changes in our electoral system. And so it's at least mysterious to me why in such an important election, when more people registered, fewer voted. And the numbers can be complicated, but I think that's the easiest simplification of looking at how many people there are, how many registered people, and how many people voting, and how the dynamics are shifting over time. When we come to questions of turnout as well, there is an interesting question and a paradox for me which I'd like to put on the table too. And that is that black voters are, even compared to the national average, turning out in lesser numbers. And again, I find this strange because of the blood, sweat, and tears that went into securing the right to vote for black South Africans. And why it seems to me in our democracy, despite umpteen and an ever-growing list of political parties and political offerings, black South Africans, particularly young black South Africans, are actually not taking the decision to vote in disproportionate numbers to their counterparts in other racial and cultural communities in South Africa. I find that interesting, and I find that a question that we need to deeply interrogate and understand. I think it's even more interesting given the number of political parties which purport to speak on behalf of a black electorate, that the black electorate is dwindling even in comparison to 2019. What I think is equally interesting is the energized white electorate in comparison. And so the turnout differential, when you look at voting districts which have majority white voters versus majority black voters, is something like 16% difference. So to crystallize that in simple terms, in the white electorate, we have around a 70% turnout, whereas in the black electorate, we have about a 55% turnout. Now, of course, the white electorate is much smaller than the black electorate, but the fact of the matter is that there are, therefore, disproportionate effects in those different electorates, given the turnout differentials. And I think it's important for our country, given our history, to understand what that means, try to figure that out, and really get to the bottom of why black South Africans are not turning out to vote, given how important the right to vote for black South Africans was purported to be. So that's something that is occupying my mind at the moment. I was asked very skillfully by Christo mostly to reflect on election results, probably for fear that I would veer into radical political analysis. For some reason, there's this view that I'm some kind of ultra radical Marxist loon, but I assure you it's not that interesting. But that's my best attempt to try today in our discussions to distill, simplify, and outline and interpret what we have just witnessed in terms of election results. I would now like to turn in the 7 or so minutes remaining to what this now means in terms of threats and opportunities for our political landscape. And I have very mixed feelings about this political moment, and I think the more honest position is probably one of mixed feelings. I've seen hysterical swings from euphoric to hysterical forms of interpretation, and I think we're somewhere in between euphoria and hysteria right now. Let me start with the opportunities, because I do think they are present in this moment. And the first opportunity for me is one of greater accountability. I think one of the greatest problems of post-constitutional South Africa or post-democratic South Africa has been an inability to hold the ANC government to account, because no matter what anyone tried in civil society or the media or even in parliament, the ANC ultimately was the only political game in town. And in this moment, not only does the ANC have soul-searching to do, but opposition parties have soul-searching to do, to the extent that they are able to make sure that any government becomes more transparent and more accountable. And I think the flexibility for mechanisms of accountability has opened. It's opened in parliament, it's opened in the national discourse, and the ANC is unable at this stage to now steamroll. Well, it remains to be seen, but it's less possible for the ANC to do so. And I think that opens up new avenues for civil society, for opposition politics, and for citizens to ensure greater accountability. And I've been very interested in just the number of leaks that we have already seen in the opening weeks of this GNU, which tell us that information at the very least is now going to become more available to us, and we're going to know much better what's been going on in this government. And again, I think that opens opportunities for accountability. However, I see a worry in the outcome because, again, paradoxically, the ANC lost everything in this election and has gained everything in the negotiations, in my view. So it lost the election and it won the negotiations. And so we have a situation in which we have a much less legitimate ANC that holds a disproportionate amount of power. And I think that puts us in a situation in which if the ANC makes mistakes, the likelihood of social backlash against an illegitimate ANC, which nonetheless still holds a lot of power, is certainly present in this moment. And maybe to reflect on opposition politics, to the extent that the EFF and MK party have been left out of this governing arrangement, one of the threats that I do see on the horizon is them having an incentive for the government to fail rather than to succeed. And what it means when an ANC that only has 39% of the vote holds the disproportionate share of power and has isolated a quarter of the electorate with an incentive for government failure. And so that will clearly be a circle that the coalition government will have to square. How even in opposition politics, there is still nonetheless some kind of national agenda which unites parties that, sure, appear to be disparate in their ideologies. But if South Africa teaches us anything, it's that ideologies are never as disparate as they appear in their rhetoric. So how do we ensure that the incentive to spoil does not supersede the incentive to succeed, even in a robust democracy where accountability is required? That seems to me to be a crucial threat and challenge that has to be overcome. I'll end with two final challenges. The first being the prospect of endless discourse, dialogue. I hasten to add that this is what we're doing here, and there's nothing wrong with talking, but talking displacing action. And if there has been one failure, I think, of democratic South Africa, is that we have often preferred to talk and dialogue and reach consensus before prioritizing urgent action. And I have no problem with calls for a national dialogue. I think dialogue is great, and I do it all day on my various platforms. But it should not come at the expense of action. Only dialogue with action will work. Dialogue which displaces action will be not only unsuccessful, it will be counterproductive, because it will displace anger, which will then come back tenfold, because nothing has actually happened in the dialogue. So I do see this dialogue needing to be directed very firmly and boldly towards something changing, because there's no point in having this dialogue about something needing to change in the country and at the end doing nothing, having dialogued. Presumably, we need to dialogue because something needs to change, and the subject of that dialogue is what is that something. But the outcome cannot be that, oh, it turns out we think the status quo is what should always have stayed. And therefore, and I'll end here, the final threat that I see, which is linked to the possibility of dialogue displacing action, is gridlock and endless consultation within government. And at a time when the South African electorate is begging the political class to do something, to be decisive, to act, what we may see is a decision to take a step back, to consult, to never exactly come to one decision or the other, to prevaricate and to procrastinate. And again, I think that will not only be undesirable, it will be counterproductive, because it will have spillover effects into the credibility of coalition politics in and of itself. And so this coalition government has a great task on its hand. It needs to convene a national conversation urgently while it acts, and it needs to make sure that despite the political diversity, it acts decisively and doesn't get lost in endless consultations, forms of gridlock, and non-action that I think can only make this a false dawn rather than a true dawn. I veer clear ever of using the term New Dawn. So that's an attempt, firstly, to survey the political landscape, survey some of the threats and the opportunities that present themselves before us, and hopefully lay the ground for an interesting day of discussions, which I look forward to with all of you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my insights.
Wow, that was well captured, Dr. Sizwe. Just to give you a reminder, there was a stage in my life when I also had hair like yours. That was about 35 years ago. And I grew up during the time of the 76s and the 85s. And boy, oh boy, I was radical. And it just shows you what happens when you lose your hair. You become... But brilliantly captured. Thank you very much for that. We have now the honor to welcome also a colleague of mine. I used to be at BUSA for many years. And Busisiwe Owusu, she's the CEO of Business Leadership South Africa. And she will also share her thoughts with us today. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Christo. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation for me to come and share my thoughts here this morning on this very important topic. Now, you can already tell I'm already shoveling papers around, you know, the age difference between Sizwe and I. You know, he came with a nice little gadget, you know, held like this, and he put it here, and I can never do that. You know, I need to write. I remember by writing, I need to put something in front of me. Even if I don't look at it, you know, it just gives me the psychological comfort that I have notes in case I get stuck. So thank you so much for the invitation, Chair Lady of the F.W. de Klerk Foundation. Mrs. Elita de Klerk, thank you for the invitation. It is a great pleasure for me to come and have this conversation with you this morning. Very, very important conversation. Very important time in our country. Christian says the dust has settled just for a while. Christian, I hope not. I hope it's not just for a while. I really hope that the dust has settled. I'm really more optimistic maybe than most, you know, in terms of where we are at the moment and what this era holds for us as the South African people. So Sizwe has really done a brilliant job, you know, of analyzing the voter turnout, you know, what the elections told us and what we saw during the elections. And I think the one thing that is very important is the fact that a lot was riding on these elections. And we all knew that the status quo was untenable. We all knew that the status quo was unsustainable. Something had to give, and it needed to give quickly. And it's interesting for me, you know, when you look at what exactly happened. 2019, we were sort of like here as a country, right? Where we knew that something had to give. When we knew, you know, that the status quo was untenable. When we knew that important interventions had to be done very quickly. And we had hope, you know, that the 2019 elections were actually going to usher that. But for whatever reason, it did not. And when I look at it, honestly, without being a political analyst or without being an analyst of any sorts, for me, the biggest failure, and I'm hoping that we don't experience the same failure again, the biggest failure that happened in 2019, or the failure of the New Dawn, was the politics. The politics failed South Africa. So the politics were no longer working, and that was the elephant in the room. The outcome of the elections confirmed exactly that. And the reason the politics failed was that there were way too many crooks in the ANC. and they far outnumbered the few good men and women who wanted to effect real change. And because politics equals economics, the South African economy has underperformed as a result of being constrained by the politics. Fast forward, we are here, we've got a GNU, and the markets have clearly rallied behind it. So I've been asked to speak about the economic dynamics that are facing the coalition government. And it was very interesting for me to see the backlash against the market from South Africans. You know, saying, hey, we're not going to be dictated to by the markets, hey. Look, the markets don't care. And by the way, the markets matter. When you look at what's happening at the moment, it's very interesting for me that demand for the South African local currency bonds is surging. And we are interestingly outperforming all other emerging markets locally, and this is driven by the optimism around the coalition government. So we needed this coalition government because the markets obviously have responded positively to it, but the importance of the markets is that if the markets would not have rallied behind the current government, we would be in trouble as a country. So the foreign demand that we actually see at the moment is that halfway through the year, the demand of our local bonds has actually outstripped the total demand that we saw in 2023. That is how strongly and how positively the markets have actually responded. The yields on government bonds have dropped to 17 months low. And it's been very interesting to me, to see, what could be the reason for this, and why the markets have actually responded the way they actually responded. So whether we like it or not, whether we realize it or not, whether we acknowledge it or not, the markets matter. Why? Because we borrow 2 billion rands a day, every day, as a country, just to balance the books. This is not 2 billion rands that goes to assets that are meant to create jobs or building schools or building hospitals. It's like you wake up every morning with 10 rands. And for you to be able to make it through the day, you need 20 rands. So you wake up every day and you borrow 10 rands. Just for you to be able to catch a taxi, to eat, to whatever it is that you do. Every day you wake up short of 10 rands and you have to go somewhere and borrow it. And you look at it and you say, but what is your capability of returning that 10 rands? Because you are not investing it, you are not utilizing it in a way that it can actually give you any kinds of returns. That is where South Africa is at the moment. So the markets matter because South Africa borrows 2 billion rands every day. So when you see a surge like we are seeing on the bonds, it actually is an important thing. The markets matter because we need, at least according to the president, 5 trillion rands investment to be able to ensure, that we can grow our economy at levels that are beyond what we're actually seeing. The markets matter because 60% of the JSE is owned outside of South Africa. So those investment decisions are not made in South Africa, they are made somewhere else in the world. And wherever they are made in the world, they don't have sympathy and they don't care for our challenges and for our politics. When the CEO of BMW South Africa goes to Germany to talk about the investment allocation that needs to come to South Africa, she sits next to, or he in this case, he sits next to the CEO of BMW China, BMW UK, BMW US, you name all the markets, and they are all fighting for this limited pot of investment. So hypothetical number, if the investment allocation is 100 rands, they all have to give a business case of why a certain portion of that 100 rands has to come to their markets. Now, when you think about it, what do you think is the business case for the CEOs who are operating South African companies and are reporting elsewhere in the world? So the markets matter, because if we need 5 trillion rands investment, then it means that investment can come from those businesses. And if they can't convince their principals that they need to invest in South Africa, then it's tickets for us as a country. Because you see, we find ourselves in a position where we can't even lift ourselves out of this economic rut. South Africa can't wipe its nose at the moment. We need someone to do it for us. So the markets therefore matter. The markets matter because for the past 10 years, we've been growing at less than 1%. The economic growth last year was 0.6%. This year we're projected to grow at about 1.2%. Next year, or 0.8%. Next year we're projected to grow at about 1.2%. The population growth of the country is about 1.6%. So it means from a GDP per capita perspective, we are actually not growing as a country. In real terms, South Africa is not growing. So the number might be positive, 0.6% positive, but in real terms, we're actually not growing as a country because our GDP, or rather our population growth, is actually outpacing our GDP. So I've been asked to talk about the economic dynamics that are facing the coalition government and understanding what these coalition governments need to do. You see, I've spoken about the fact that we are in a very precarious situation as a country. And the fact that we're in a position where we can't even lift ourselves by our own bootstraps. We find ourselves in a position where we can't even wipe our nose. And we need to appeal to markets. We need to appeal to capital. Remember, capital is like water. It will always follow the path of least resistance. And capital has got many addresses. If the South African address is not attractive, it is going to go somewhere else. So we need to appeal to the markets. They need to look at South Africa and find it worthwhile to invest in, instead of redirecting their investment the way they've been doing, to Kenya, to Ghana, or wherever in East Africa, because there has been that shift from South Africa to East Africa. And the markets, just like the investors, are looking for the same things that the South African investors or that the South African citizens are actually looking for. They are looking for a sustainable fiscal policy so that there can be stability. They are looking for certainty. They don't judge, and they are actually, it's neither here nor there for them that the market is just or inclusive. They are neither anti the EFF nor are they pro the DA. They just want to know, if we put our money in this investment, will we get it back? And for some reason, which I understand, which I agree with as well, nationalization just doesn't appeal to them because they want their money back. So if they seem as if they are anti the EFF, it's got absolutely nothing to do with the EFF. It's got everything to do with the economic policies that whatever political party is actually purporting, as it were. So if you are a country that borrows R1 trillion per year and you spend 2 trillion rands per year, 50% of what we spend as a country is borrowed. We spend 2 trillion rands. R1 trillion is actually borrowed. So we need to be able to access the debt markets at a reasonable cost to ensure that the state can fulfill its obligations. That is why the markets matter. And I'm really hoping that this GNU government is not going to follow this current narrative of the fact that we're not going to be dictated to by the markets. Yes, we're not going to be dictated to by them, but we also need to observe what the markets say. Because if they don't, we really are going to be in trouble as a country. We're currently sitting with the interest debt repayments in our income statement as a country as the second largest expense. It can't be. We're spending more money paying interest on debt than we are on education, on health, on justice, on a whole lot of things that we need to be. So we need to be able to access those debt markets. So I'm hoping that this GNU government is actually going to pay attention to that. Now, what do they need to do? There's a whole lot of things that they need to do, but I'm just going to limit it to 3. Firstly, they must not do what the previous administration do. They must not do what the New Dawn did. It was very interesting, and this is what we're seeing at the moment. Business and investor confidence, during the New Dawn was at a record high. All social partners were firmly behind Cyril. And he seriously missed an opportunity. And I hope they don't do the same. I hope they don't miss an opportunity. So there was a serious failure on Cyril's side to make bold decisions to change the country's trajectory. He instead got stuck in competing in ideological positions. I don't think Cyril realized the power he had in 2019. He won the election. He, not the ANC, he won the elections in spite of the ANC, not because of the ANC. Remember, we were just as hardfall as we were when we went to the elections in 2019. But we decided to give him, not the ANC, we decided to give him a chance. So he won the elections not in spite of the ANC, not because of the ANC. So there was a lot of trust that was actually placed on him, and he squandered it. I hope this GNU doesn't do the same thing. Instead, it decided to outsource the decision-making to task teams and to commissions in an effort to navigate the politics. He has stood on podiums and he has said, I will always choose the ANC before the country. This GNU government cannot do the same thing. There was an obsession on his side of rescuing the party at the cost of the economy, at the cost of the country and her people. He, for whatever reason, and when those who try and justify this, they say, hey, he won by a very narrow margin and he needed to navigate the politics. Bullshit. Excuse my French. He overly accommodated and embraced people who were involved in the state capture project. He allowed thieves to continue masquerading as government officials. The past administration failed to assume a no-nonsense approach to corruption that was happening in this country. Interestingly enough, as I was driving here, I'm listening to this VBS issue and how the EFF and the ANC were actually involved. You know, you look at it and you say, really? Where do we even get these people in the first place? You know, at what point did we drop the bar so low as a country? It's very interesting. Those who are accused of crime continue to walk around with impunity, you know, and it's unfortunate. I was looking at it and I was saying, why is Zizi Kodwa and Zweli Mkhize members of parliament? I mean, how do you justify that? So if in 2019 he won by a very narrow margin and he was trying to navigate the politics, what is he trying to navigate now? What is the ANC trying to navigate now? By putting Zizi Kodwa and Zweli Mkhize and all those thieves as members of parliament. What decisions do we expect are going to come from parliament if it's a house full of thieves? It cannot be right. It cannot be right. And I was hoping that the voter, or rather the election turnout, was going to be a strong message to say we want you to do differently. But it looks like that message has actually not landed. So that is the first thing. The GNU government cannot do what the previous administration did. There is a whole lot of confidence that has actually been placed on them. The markets, the investors, the South African citizens are pinning our hopes. We are all pinning our hopes on them, and they must not squander the opportunity. Secondly, the coalition government needs to focus on building a capable state. We don't have a capable state at the moment. There is so much that we as the business community is doing to ensure that this government can perform basic administrative duties. It can't be right. It's not sustainable. We sit in meetings all the time and we say, where is this money going to come from? We gave 100, just to name a few, gave 100 million to the NECOM for them to be able to do what they need to do. We gave about 300 engineers to ESCOM for them to be able to turn the corner. We have given so many engineers to Transnet for them to be able to fix their ports and fix the mess that is happening there. We have given 120 million to the NLCC. We've given 15 million to the NPA. We're being asked to give 100 million to the broader crime and corruption system. It's just not sustainable. You know, we're asking CEOs to give us money, and they are saying, what is the ROI? What are you promising in return? And unfortunately, we can't promise them anything. We're just saying, do it for Queen and country. Do it because it affects you as a business, because if this government continues not to be a capable state, your business also cannot function. So the GNU needs to ensure that they build a capable state. You know, I was listening to a 702 interview sometime earlier on in the week by Hendrik de Doit, CEO of 91, and he was giving his views on what the 7th administration needs to focus on, and he said something very interesting, and I agree with him. He said the 7th administration needs to be ruthless, and I agree with him. He says they need to be ruthless because they've been given yet another opportunity to do the right thing. He says the president in particular needs to be ruthless because maybe they need to be ruthless in their pursuit to eradicate corruption. They need to be ruthless in their pursuit for economic development. They need to be ruthless in their pursuit to grow the economy. They need to be ruthless in their pursuit to eradicate poverty, unemployment, and inequality. They need to be ruthless in their pursuit of building a capable state. An important determinant of a functioning state is its administration. Without proper administration, you cannot have a capable state. We are failing at that basic as a country. Our administration is a mess. So South Africa at the moment is failing at the basics. We need to get the basics right. I was talking about the markets right now and their importance on pumping investment into the South African economy. And the markets want to invest. And the markets will invest. But before they do that, they will be triggered by two things and two things only. Number one, they need policy reform. Number two, they need to invest in a functioning state. That is why building a capable state for this 7th administration needs to be a priority. No country can succeed without an effective state. And this is why governments matter. You know, when you look at the fact that you've got 4 social partners in a country, government, business, labor, civil society, you look at it and you say, what is the role of each? Governments matter. Governments matter because they have the power to ensure that the country is a prosperous state versus it being a bad, failing state. When you look at the difference, you know, of why certain countries work and why others don't. When you look at it, a lot of it has to do with government. It's got nothing to do with geography. It's got nothing to do with ethnicity. It's got nothing to do with strongman leadership. It's got nothing to do with national endowments. It's got a lot to do with governments. Governments separates good, prosperous states from bad, failing states. So governments, therefore, matter. And I think this probably maybe segues me into my last point, which is politics. I've already said earlier on, politics equals economics. So if we're not going to get our politics right, our economics is not going to come right. The biggest challenge that we're facing at the country at the moment is the low growth trap that we've found ourselves in for almost a decade now. So how do we change our economic trajectory, and what does government need to do? So let's first realize and accept and acknowledge that South Africa is a political economy, meaning our economic growth will always be constrained by our politics. Yes, economic institutions are critical for determining a country's prosperity or poverty. But it is politics and political institutions that determine what economic institutions a country has. So solving for an economic challenge will most often require a political solution. So politics are actually going to be important. Achieving prosperity depends on solving basic political problems. You see, poor countries are poor because those who have the power to make choices, for whatever reason, don't make the right choices. And they make choices that create poverty. They get it wrong not by mistake or ignorance. They get it wrong because they choose to. So let's very quickly ignore and dismiss the ignorance hypothesis, or rather hypothesis. When countries get it wrong, it is not always often that they don't know what to do. It is not a mistake, it is not ignorance. They get it wrong because they actually choose to. Because if a leader was really well-meaning, and if he, by mistake, gets something wrong, he will quickly learn what types of policies are needed to ensure, that he increases their citizens' income and welfare. And he would then gravitate towards those policies. So it's got nothing to do with ignorance, but it's got everything to do with an endless stream of economically irrational developments. It's really a function of intentionally choosing bad policies, like we almost did with the nuclear deal with Russia. That was deliberate. It was not like Zuma was confused, hey, he can't count, he doesn't know. No, it had nothing to do with that. Even if he couldn't count, he knew that the deal that he actually, wanted to put us in was a deal that was not going to work with South Africa. But for whatever reason, he chose it anyway because he thought he was going to get away with it. He thought it was good politics. He thought that it was going to be a way of keeping himself in power and buying political support from Russia. To understand this, you really need to go beyond economics and expert advice on the best thing to do, and you need to study how decisions actually get made. You need to study who gets to make the decisions. You need to study why those people decide what they do when they do. Essentially, getting the economics right is a study of politics and political processes, which I'm not an expert on. I was listening to a presentation last week on this very same issue, on what this government needs to do, and someone interestingly said that South Africa has been liberated from Luthuli House and being rubber-stamped, and those policies being rubber-stamped with no accountability. So policies were being done, policy debates were happening at Luthuli House. We don't know what they were agreeing. 5 minutes, Christo, I know I'm out of time, apologies. We don't know what they are agreeing and what they are promising each other and who's gracing whose palms and whatever the case is. And we have now been liberated from those policy debates being done at the Luthuli House and coming to Parliament and being rubber-stamped without any accountability. Sizwe spoke about accountability right now to say the biggest failure of the ANC government was that there was no accountability. So hopefully, this time around, we can get evidence-based and evidence-led policy making. Let me just give you this one example. The most classical example of politics gone wrong and the economy going up in flames, if you want to see the link between the two, is Tunisia. And what happened in 2010 during the Arab Spring? If you look at the roots of the discontent of the Tunisians, similar with Egypt, because something similar happened in Egypt when they ousted, the President Hosni Mubarak on the 11th of February in 2011. You will see that the discontent of Egyptians and Tunisians lied in their poverty. Ordinary Egyptians were clear that they were suffering from corruption. They were clear that they were suffering from oppression. They were clear that they were suffering from bad education. They were clear that they are living in a corrupt system which needed to change. They were very clear, and their demands were focused on political change. They were very clear that the things that held them back as a country were an ineffective and a corrupt state. And they realized that the roots of their problems were political. That is why those governments were actually overthrown. That is how the Arab Spring happened. The two currencies that have kept social stability, the social stability that erupted in Tunisia and in Egypt, the two currencies that have kept social stability in South Africa for the past 30 years was hope and trust. And unfortunately, those currencies are no longer there. People have lost trust and they've actually lost hope in politics. Precisely because of corruption, precisely because of the wrong decisions that our leaders have continued to make. So if nothing else, history has taught us that at some point, the poor will rise against exploitation and corruption. And I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope we'll have a better shot at managing our politics this time around. I hope this GNU will ensure that they actually, preside over this. I hope that because there is no single center of power at the moment, because this is honestly our last chance. It's not another chance, it's our last chance. Our people have been patient for the past 30 years. Their lives have eroded over the past 30 years. It is an indictment for people to say maybe, just maybe, things were better under apartheid government. It's an indictment for you and I, who are leaders, to say, what are we doing wrong? For people to choose that system of oppression over what we have at the moment. So this is our last hope. And I really hope that this GNU government gets the politics right. Christo, thank you very much. Thanks.
Now we're eating up, huh? Let me just also acknowledge our board members. Let me see Lulekwa Kwabeni. Where's Lulekwa? Can you just stand so that people can see? Our board members also present here today. Welcome. Right, and then we also have Lucky Matebula. Where's Lucky? There at the back. Lucky, if you can stand. And then we also have Kutsia Bester, all the way from Pretoria. And then we also obviously have our esteemed chairperson. The other board members, unfortunately, not present. Also my staff. They've worked very hard. Where's Daniela? Also, just stand, Daniela, so people can see if they want to talk to you. Then we've got Ishmael Yusuf. Yeah, and the people, they're so clever, eh? Yeah. No, it must be something in their diet or something like that. It's the hair. Okay. And that's a sensitive subject. And then we've got also our interns. Where's Ezra Mandel? And then there's Ezra. And then we also have Abigail right there at the back. Abigail. So we've got a brilliant young team, and I also see that some of the foundations, it's the Mandela Foundation. They brought interns this morning, also the Mbeki Foundation, also the Alan Sussman Foundation. Brilliant. It's wonderful that we bring young people into this space because you are the next generation of leaders already. You're leaders in your own right. So ladies and gentlemen, after that very, very fiery speech by my former colleague, I would like to now call on another colleague of mine, Professor Chris Landsberg. He will also come and talk to you this morning about his assessments. And Prof is also South African National NRF Chair, African Diplomacy and Foreign Policy at UJ. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Christo. I take it when you said that that speech was fiery, you did not intend to put pressure on me. But in Joburg, we know where to buy the fire lighters if the fire goes out. Let me just get my glasses because I'm going to do now the unthinkable. Madame de Klerk, good morning. Thank you for having me, and may the soul of that stalwart rest in peace. Good morning to you all, colleagues, all protocol observers. Now, I'm going to do the unthinkable this morning. First of all, I've never used a GPS in my life, and I'm very proud to say that. I am not into artificial intelligence or technology. But I'm going to take on Sizwe. He's actually a successor of mine in two respects. At Wits University, they decided no, they can get a better young learned man to replace me, and is also a successor of mine at that overrated university in that small island state there in the Atlantic at Oxford University, but he's much brighter than I am. So I'm going to talk about the GNU / Grand Coalition and foreign policy. But I want to make a few observations about just the lexicon of GNU and foreign policy. So Ibrahim Fakir and I, a colleague of mine, 2 weeks before the election, we wrote a piece on the GNU, and I can tell you nobody gave us any inside scoop. There weren't anybody at the time yet who could give us an inside scoop. And we actually asked the question whether a GNU could be the Malays, the solution to the Malays faced by South Africa. And we dubbed it a democratic governance Malays that we faced. Prof. Gumede, William Gumede, I wish to state clearly we're not claiming any credit that the current head of state decided to take our idea and then to present it to the country. That would be arrogant. Let me fall with a door in the house. The representative of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation almost gave us an ominous warning and said this may be the calm before the proverbial storm. I wish to state to you, you don't have to wait very long. Literally, I think in the next 18 hours, it's about to happen. Because we're having the first cabinet Lekgotla tomorrow. And I can tell you, on a very serious note, there are two parties entering those talks tomorrow. The cabinet Lekgotla, with one of the two, and it's not the one that my colleague had a go at. You know, the former dominant one? It's the ones wearing blue. They go in there with a view that there was no government the last 30 years. Listen carefully. Not that there was a weak government, not that there was a failing government. There was no government in South Africa the last 30 years. Now I can tell you, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out. If you enter with that an approach, it's not going to be a good start. Let me go further. Not only was there no government tomorrow, they wish to approach Lekgotla and anything that comes after tomorrow on a clean slate. There were no policies. Not foreign policy, not economic policy, not social policy, nothing. There were no policies. There are no policies. And as for all these ministers who the last 10 days after inauguration went around giving speeches, they were giving speeches on the basis of no policy. How did we get to the point that there are 11, but as George Orwell warned us, all of us are equal, but 2 are more equal than the other 9. That's literally what we said. So I suggest to you how we got there. And I would like Prof. Gumede to take this up just briefly later on. It is my view that it was the genuine, strategic, well-through intention of the DA to craft a government of national unity or coalition government pact between itself, the IFP, and the ANC, and then whatever your agreement on sufficient consensus is after that, doesn't matter. The ANC will forever be outvoted on everything. Because 2 of the 3 would have 66% of the vote on anything. This gentleman and I conspired under the cover of darkness with other friends behind the scenes after the elections and tried to see how things were following, and some actors would call us and engage us. And what the DA did not anticipate coming was this thing GNU. They thought it was just a throwaway concept by the ANC. They really thought the ANC meant GNU, not GNU. And when they opened their eyes, Gayton McKenzie had signed before them, literally. He signed before the DA. Then 3 became 4 when Patricia de Lille, former member of, and so on and so on. And then there were 11. I'm suggesting to you on a serious note that what the DA had in mind was a moonshot pact light, moonshot pact 2.0, together with the ANC, constituting a government. And many people did not take this idea of a government of national unity serious. I wish to be clear from the onset. I'm not suggesting there is unity at the moment prevailing in that government. But I cannot but to quote Sizwe, and I just asked him to give me that quote again. And it was a beautiful but apposite quote. The ANC lost the election, but they've won the negotiation. And yet the DA had a much more erudite, smart, strategic group of negotiators. And they did not take this GNU thing seriously. And who might save the day as of tonight, midnight? Those small ones. Especially that Minister of Sports, Art, Culture, and so on, who as he speaks, he does sport and art and so on. Let me come to the topic that I was given in the time allocated. South Africa's foreign policy the last 30 years, well, I mean, there's a party that says we didn't have a foreign policy. I just happen to have studied it, so I have to pretend that there was a foreign policy the last 30 years. But on a serious note, the three major differences on foreign policy tomorrow, the three, listen carefully, and it's not by accident, because we do our homework behind the scenes. One, apparently non-alignment means neutrality. Let me put this in practical terms, and let's see, you will appreciate that. When that lady rocked up here in Simonstown, you know that lady, the lady in red, that ship, we had non-alignment, but the ANC was accused that our non-alignment was bias. It was alignment. It was alignment with Russia against Ukraine. We gave okapis, pangas, and weapons to Russia against the Ukrainians. But they did not dispute that we subscribe to a policy of non-alignment, which simply means positive neutrality if you're going to be neutral, but you're positive to influence both sides of the divide to come, hopefully, to a mutually inclusive resolution of a conflict. Then came the ICC indictment against President Putin, and we were even going to use ADT when he arrives at Cape Town International Airport, but he will not dare set foot. And then one country did the unthinkable with the ICJ and Israel. Everybody was waiting for one country out of 196 UN members to take an ally of the Western world to the ICC and the ICJ. And all of a sudden, non-alignment equals neutrality. So because it's Israel, we now have to be neutral. Don't even be non-aligned by engaging both sides, right? For a two-state solution. Don't touch the people from the Anglo-Saxon Western world and Western lines, because they apparently are not prone to violations of human rights, genocide, and crimes against humanity. And South Africa is yet to pay a price. Let me move to a second concept in our foreign policy. Maybe one of the most understated. It was very interesting when that beautiful video you played about the F.W. de Klerk Foundation from Mr. Mbeki, who's here, other members of the board, speakers you've had. It was interesting as I listened to all of them. There was almost unanimity amongst them that what constitutes the greatest threat to our democracy is not free and fair elections on time. We've shown it again. South Africa doesn't face a democracy crisis. South Africa faces a crisis of democratic governance. How resources and power is distributed in society after elections, after the exercises of democracy. But there was almost unanimity that excruciating poverty unbelievable levels of joblessness. And this trophy we win every year, hands down, the most unequal society of the world, where the gap between rich and poor are greater than anywhere in the world. It's the only one that we compete with Brazil with. We can't compete with them in soccer. I mean, they've taught us a few lessons. Surely, Democratic Alliance, surely ANC, surely Government of National Unity, the one thing we can agree on as a group of South Africans, including those of us in this country, is what constitutes the most vital needs of this society. Defending our democratic order, defending non-racialism, calling every single one in this room African, white African, Indian African, colored African, black African, but we are Africans. Why should we still have debates about that? But uplifting the quality of life of our people. If we allow this schism to continue in this society, I'm afraid 5 years from now, we're going to have the same debate. And the private sector better join this debate, and not only the debate about how much our economy should grow by. So the national interests of this country, there is no state in the world without this thing called the national interest. And the primary goal of every state, first and foremost, is to make sure that your society and your people live in safety and security. That surely, that government tomorrow can agree on. African agenda. Apparently we didn't have an African agenda. I really like the piece written by Moletsi Mbeki the other day, that we failed in our Africa policy. But that we had an Africa policy, there is no doubt about that. There was a time 15 years ago when we were the #1 peacekeeper in the continent of Africa. The greatest contribution of South Africa to the world is not promotion of human rights, is that we took the model of de Klerk and Mandela and the ANC and the National Party and all those that went to this gambling house down the road. Yeah, it's just down the road where our constitution was negotiated. And we came up with an inclusive solution to an apparently intractable position. From Zimbabwe to the DRC, to the Comoros, to Burundi, to Cote d'Ivoire, to Myanmar, to Ireland, and the list goes on and on and on. If there's one contribution this country has made to the world, we never shut the door. As Ruth Meyer will tell you, I see colleague Ruth Meyer is here, and together with Ibrahim, may his soul rest in peace, Ruth Meyer and others traveled the world and racked up astonishing Voyager miles, going from country to country to go and show this model that intractable problems can be solved through inclusive arrangements of government. Now, can the one that's starting tomorrow at Lekgotla, can they start with unity? I mean, let me just make a pledge for unity. Now I want to come to two very important words. And here I give the former President Thabo Mbeki the credit. Alec Erwin, Minister of Trade and Industry, used to call it the butterfly strategy to South Africa's foreign policy. So imagine a butterfly. Don't look at me, I mean, sort of, if I wanted to say elephant, I would have used the example of an elephant. Said butterfly. But the body of the butterfly is located in Africa. The two wings of the butterfly shows to Asia and South America. The tentacles of that butterfly shows to the Americas. And the head to Europe. If there's one brilliant contribution the DA could make to our non-foreign policy, foreign policy, is to help to bring about a rapprochement, an easing of tensions between South Africa and the Western world that has gone astray over the last 5 years or so. But I'm not going to back off to make the following point. Part of the reason why the DA drove such a hard bargain, I'm going to repeat it twice, is because part of the deal that the DA had to secure with the ANC by cutting out Red Berets and others, no matter who they represent. And incidentally, many of the policies that people in that video quoted were EFF policies, incidentally. Land, poverty, inequality. But let's leave that aside because apparently we didn't have choices, eh? There was only one train. I suggest to you that part of the problem is that that deal was cut in Washington, D.C. America's influence over this country and over certain partners in this government of national unity is far too great. And what some parties should do, including the ANC in Russia and the ANC in China, is cut your political links with these parties ideologically and go for the economic national interests. But there's one Western power whose influence is far too great on this country's destiny, its future, and the decisions it makes. And the next 4 months is going to be interesting. In fact, let's see if one president is still in power by next Tuesday. But irrespective of what the outcome of that is, America's role in South Africa's foreign policy, and it brings me to a very, very sensitive issue. The amount of American money that is currently flying around in this country, going to certain NGOs to keep a countervailing opposition on particular parties in the government of national unity is astounding. It goes to the hundreds of millions of dollars. So let's be even-handed. If we want an independent, autonomous, respected society, then let's have good relations with all parts of the world, including the West. And I conclude on the issue of global governance. No state in the world wishes to see a global order that does not speak to its interest, whether it's economic power, whether it's political power. So when South Africa asked for the reform of the United Nations Security Council, it's not the only member of the South that's doing that. There's a panoply of countries that's doing that. When South Africa asks for transform of certain institutions in the for certain institutions in the global economic realm, that should be understood. But I end where two of my colleagues who preceded me suggested. The ANC is in for a rough ride tomorrow, a rough time on the issue of professionalization of the state, and in the case of my domain, mine and other domains, the professionalization of the diplomatic corps of this country. But is it also rational for one party, under the banner of the professionalization of the state and the diplomatic corps, to say that every single DG and DDG must reapply for their job? They must be fired immediately, and then they must reapply for their job. Surely we can find ways to go and re-professionalize the state. But on one thing we can agree here, that after the recall of former President Mbeki in 2008, what happened, Madam Mavus, it wasn't only CR17 and CR24. All ANC leaders after that lost control over the state because they became preoccupied with the party. Can all the parties in government now go on, professionalize, and build a capable developmental state? And just to give you the 7 attributes of any capable developmental state, and there's a piece we should go out there. Prof. Gumede, yourself and others have written about this. A developmental state, first and foremost, whether you are a Leninist, a Trotskyite, or you believe in Adam Smith, doesn't matter. A developmental capable state prioritizes economic growth. So irrespective of where you are ideologically, growth. Secondly, a developmental state prioritizes education, and more education. Thirdly, man, this is going to be sports. It prioritizes basic health care in society. And the politics over this NHI, it's going to be interesting. The problem is we don't have money. The state currently is bankrupt for everything, even for the appointment of ambassadors. And there I harbored ambitions to become South Africa's first ambassador to Cape Town. Let me carry on. Sorry. I wanted to say, sorry. No, I know you will not renew my visa. The 5th characteristic of a developmental state is, and listen carefully, a capable, autonomous civil service, incapable of being captured by private interests, whether it's the Guptas, or I keep hearing about some Stellenbosch group that, I would like to meet this group. But on a more serious note, a state bureaucracy that is not capable of being captured by foreign interests. And finally, a capable state is a state that is run by the best educated, well-trained in society. What prevents us from some of those civil servants that are there and go and help to re-educate them and put them on fast tracks so that we don't have to? Thank you very much. I tried to compete with Sizwe and, of course, Ms. Mavusu. Thank you very much, Connie.
Sure, that was now. So, ladies and gentlemen, the F.W. de Klerk Foundation, does not receive any foreign funding. As you will open our program, you'll see there's a little QR code. Go onto the QR code, and whatever you have in your pocket, please donate, because I still need to pay for your lunch. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have tea and coffee. We're well into that break. So let's make it a 10-minute. Let's be back here at 10:02. Let's run to the bathroom, grab a cup of coffee, bring it in so that we can keep up the momentum. Thank you very much to Dr. Sizwe, also Busisiwe, also Prof. Chris Landsberg. You were just absolutely most enjoyable, most insightful, and also most entertaining. Thank you. Let's give it 10 minutes.
Do you want to dance?
two of us hail there from Cape Town, the Cape Flats, and he attended one of the local schools there. And today, Prof. William Gomede, he was chair of the Multi-Party Charter for South Africa, and he is also an esteemed academic and obviously an author of many brilliant articles, especially in the Sunday Times and also other newspapers. Prof, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam de Klerk. Thank you. Crystal, thank you, the Foundation, for inviting me. I'm very excited to be here. I mean, it's been very entertaining. The speakers before me, not only entertaining, but I learned a lot. Possibly, I mean, now that I have engaged with every political leader in the country, I've spent some time individually with, including Cyril Ramaphosa. Believe it or not, I was actually his academic supervisor. At some point in his life, he was registered for an MA degree. And I mean, if our dynamic business leaders, civil society leaders, and professionals, I mean, if they could be running political parties and running governments, we'll have a totally different country. For me, the gap between the state, or rather the political class, and a gap between business and civil society, and sort of generally the non-state leaders are too wide, possibly the widest of in any emerging market from a quality point of view. And so on. Now, normally for countries to grow, and these sort of, when we talk about the developmental states, these sort of economic miracles where Singapore, Poland, after the end of communism and so on, the gap is often, the leadership quality in the non-states and the states is very close. The quality of the leadership. And that really is a very big problem, a quality of our political leadership in the country. Secondly, also the quality of the state. If you compare the quality of the state and the private sector, the gap certainly, again, is one of the widest gaps anywhere in emerging markets. I mean, in sort of serious countries, when I say emerging markets, where there's, in countries that seriously want to develop, and so on, too far. I mean, if you look at some of the state, like a state-owned company, for example, in Singapore, would be the equivalent in terms of competitiveness often than a private sector company. Now, we don't have, think about a post office, you compare a post bank to a Standard Bank, the gap, just imagine the gap. Now, I mean, that already tells you something about we're not going to get a growth unless you get the quality, the political leadership quality has to be with a non-state quality leadership, there has to be much more closer at a level, and the same between the state and the private sector. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit on the MPC process, but yeah, I have to be careful because some things are confidential, so I have to find ways to deal with some issues which I can't really. It wouldn't be. Let me get to talk about it, but I will try. But maybe just the first thing, just to the difference between what is a government of national unity, the model. I mean, I worked on the model, and incidentally, as the MPC, we'd actually did the scenarios of how possibly long beforehand, what are the whole spectrum of coalitions possibilities, and so on, and also the possibilities of a coalition which excludes the ANC. I mean, I put something together on the Bennett coalition in Israel, which could have been a possibility if the MK and EFF were not so far away from the DA and IFP. I mean, the Bennett coalitions in 2020 in Israel, they had an Arab party and two Zionist parties. And these kind of outlier parties were only there to get them into government, but they were not forming part of the government except for the other party. So, you know, the different permeations. So we did all of those different permeations of what would be possible after the election. So in a sense, the group theoretically, as a group and individual parties, were prepared for different scenarios and how to engage with different scenarios. Obviously, I've written about a GNU and made a call in the Sunday Times in 2020, 2019, quite early on. I mean, I have a foundation, the Democracy Works Foundation, which our role is really, and I feel so strongly about Government of National Unity, that I actually set up 10 years ago a foundation just to build Government of National Unities in Africa. So we've worked on a couple of them, and so on, as a model in a diverse society. Now, the difference between a normal coalition and a Government of National Unity, a Government of National Unity really is the idea to bring a diversity of parties and a diversity of capacity and energy and ideas in a country together to deal with a country's problems. And often one gets to a Government of National Unity model when a country is in deep crisis, when one political party or one leader or one group alone cannot resolve the complex issues. So, you know, South Africa is at every level we in a country in deep crisis. So that is why the model is important. I mean, a normal coalition would just be you get a majority and you govern, whereas in a Government of National Unity. So I want to make an argument, even of pushing the Government of National Unity model in ways that is different. To include also the non-state sector. So to include civil society, include business and professionals. And I'm going to come back to that, how that would be working. Now, the fundamentals of the model as it is now, and obviously somebody suggests the things I'm talking, because I was also played an advisory role to the MPC group that were negotiating to get into the Government of National Unity, whether it's an IFP or DA, and so on what is possible, and so on. So the first part of it really is to differentiate a GNU from a normal coalition. The idea of power sharing, so the power sharing is very, very important. So the ANC may have a majority within that group, but it is in a GNU is not 50+ decision making, but it's consensus decision making. So a quite important thing. Now, unfortunately, our culture, the ANC's culture for the last 30 years, has been a majority decision making culture. Now, the majority decision making culture is totally different from a consensus decision making, because if you're in a majority decision making, when you have the majority and somebody differs from you, you assert your position. Whereas in a consensus, you don't assert your position, you actually compromise. So in a consensus, almost everyone compromises at the end of the day. No one gets what they want fully. And that is the beauty of consensus. But the thing about consensus, and what is so exciting about consensus decision making, when we talk about economic miracle societies since the Second World War, and whether in the developing countries or whether in the West, it's all being consensus-seeking growth. So growth, largely sustainable growth for long periods in the world since the Second World War, the last 100 years, has actually been mostly based on consensus decision-making, whereas in Germany or Japan, after the war there, whereas in South Korea, where closer to home in Africa, Cape Verde, or where is Mauritius, consensus decision-making, so different from majority decision-making. Now, the thing about consensus decision-making, and that is, for the people I'd advise in this GNU, why for me it was a big thing for them to try to force that idea to make it a binding, because the two things about consensus decision-making which make a difference. It forces, by default, every political party, and it forces government to always make decisions in the public interest of the country, not in the interest of the individual parties. So it's very, very important, because if we want to get growth, if we want to deal with our issues, we have to make policy decisions, whether it's economic policy decisions or foreign policy decisions, in the public interest of the country, not in the interest, because political parties have different interests to a state. It's not the same. So the ANC's interests, or Ramaphosa's individual or political interests, are not the same as the country's, as the public interest. And I know it's been very difficult culturally, our political culture for the last 30 years. People have conflated the ANC's interests with the country's interests or the public interest. It's not the same, or often other political parties also, sometimes opposition parties, think that their interest is actually the country's interest. It's not the case. It's a different thing. If you make a decision in what is the country's interest, it's totally different. And so the beauty of consensus making, consensus decision making, is actually, it forces at the end of the day, when you have to make a decision, and it's a complex decision, it is, what is in the public interest, what is for growth, it's going to drive growth. And so on. And that becomes the thing. And the second thing about consensus decision-making in a diverse society with our kind of past, I mean, we've got a lot of our political parties and our political positions and even our economic views are based on the past, not based on the present and not based on the future. So we make our decisions, and that unfortunately undermines our growth. It's a binding constraint on growth. I mean, I work on a report, and if you want to have a look at it, the 2006 UNESCO report on inequality in the world. So I was advised on that report. We looked at, UNESCO looked at every country in the world outside the war-torn countries, and there was something interesting about countries that like South Africa, where present decisions are based on the past. It really is a constraint on growth. So in order to get the growth, one almost have to suspend the past to focus more on the future. So in our politics, the politics almost understanding the past is with us, and it's always going to be with us. But in order to make the decisions for the future, we have to almost suspend the past in order to think clearly about the present and the future. And it's quite an important turn to get the growth that we want. So that obviously demands a different kind of leadership, much more mature leadership and so on, and much more grown-up leadership, because one has to suspend perhaps your own cultural view and your own sort of the things that you're used to politicals, you grew up in politically and so on, in order for the greater good of the country and for the children of the country of the future, and think that way, and so on. And then the exciting thing about consensus-driven decision-making, it actually often forces one to do that. How does it force one to do that? Is when different parties with different views, from different ideologies, sit down and you say, we differ on this decision, it has to be in the public interest. That forging that approach, in a way, one almost has to suspend all of the other things in order just to focus the minds on the present and the future. So it's quite important. So consensus decision-making could potentially almost catapult making decisions based on the present and the future, so making those growth decisions. Now, the second part of it, coming back to that, to the GNU model, is the idea of, in that model, a weakness in the model is the public sector itself. Now, you would have read in many countries when they put together national coalitions in the West, sometimes negotiations goes on for like 6 months, 9 months, and so on, but the state functions. Now, why does the state function? Because the public sector is professional. And not only professional, there are two things about a competent public sector. It takes its decisions from the Constitution. Okay, just think about it. a public sector, when decisions are made, is based on a constitution. So what we've had is sort of what we have now currently, a public sector that takes its decisions from a party, from a governing party. So there's a difference between the two. I mean, I was part of the inquiry. I was part of Ramaphosa's inquiry on the professionalization of the state. And we made recommendations to cabinet, as, you know, by the governing party, by the ANC. So why do I say this? You know, we, as a country, we become a party state, where the ANC party has become intertwined with the state. So the ANC's culture is also become part of the state culture. So the ANC's culture has been very toxic as a party, and the state becomes very toxic and so on. So, but you know, there's only a 5-year cycle. So how if it's, from a GNU point of view, whether they can actually bridge that gap as quickly as possible to deliver, or if they can't bridge the gap, to bring in the non-state to deliver. So in parts of, you know, there may have to be agreement to say there are parts of the state that cannot be changed in the next 5 years. Give up on it. And then focus on the core parts that's going to deliver growth, and maybe bring in the civil society and business to deliver the other parts, to deliver public services, while there's work done to try to turn around the state. You know, so again, there would be typically pragmatic decisions to be made, and grown-up decisions to be made, and decisions based on the present. I mean, we have to make decisions based on the present, not on wishful thinking and ideology. In the present, what is happening right now, and then make decisions based on that. And then there's going to be the issue on conflict resolution. There has to be a way to deal with conflicts. I mean, we have conflicts in our intimate lives. We will have conflicts, but in business we have conflicts. But the most important thing is to pre-agree on how, when the conflicts come, how is this going to be managed, and it's going to be important. Sort of the last one related to that is going to be on almost a political committee or structure that run parallel to the GNU, where the senior members of the party can deal with issues, where there's conflicts and tensions and so on. I mean, with the MPC, what I did was, you know, to have almost a secretariat where you get your general secretaries or your deputy presidents of the parties on a regular basis, weekly. My own interest is realignment of our politics, and that's why I last year took on, I mean, so I have to say independent chair. I have to repeat that because I don't remember any of those political parties. I mean, our parties right now is not fit for purpose, even for the growth that we want, sadly. Yeah. So what do we do? How do we, in the longer term, realign our politics from our past based on, because a lot of our political parties is based on the past, based on the ideologies of the past and so on. So in order to move the country forward, at some point we'll have to reconfigure, realignment. Can we merge some of our political parties? And the MPC, if it would have worked in the long term, the idea would have been that 11 parties plus, there was sort of an MPC plus, parties that didn't join initially, but would have been part of a government if the MPC would have gotten the numbers in the elections. How over time can we merge many of the parties that have the same policies, the same issues? You know, they should not be political parties. Some parties should just be NGOs or pressure groups. And others should just be, should just combine, and so on. And that is a process that's going to be important, that we really, as a future, we have to deal with. I actually think the GNU may actually cause a realignment of our politics in a totally, from an angle that we never actually thought about. In an angle, because the parties in the GNU potentially over time can become closer to each other, or they could fall out spectacularly, right? If they get closer to each other, there would be the potential of an alignment over time, where potentially, you know, a new center for South Africa could be created. Yeah? I mean, a big part of all of it, and I think it's the elephant in the room, is how the ANC is going to manage its own internal dynamics. We've seen it here in Gauteng now. I mean, the Gauteng ANC actually took on Ramaphosa and the National and the NEC and said, ANC's NEC, that they excluded the DA, from substantial positions and so on, despite the fact that Ramaphosa sent them a directive. Fikile Lula met with him as a general secretary. They refused to move, and they challenged the ANC leadership, and they directly challenged Ramaphosa. I actually don't know how how Ramaphosa is going to deal with it, because he has been successfully challenged within the first 3 weeks of this GNU from within. Because what it will mean, there are large numbers of people inside the ANC that don't agree with the GNU, with the DA or the IFP. They would prefer a GNU with, for example, the IFP and the EFF, and they would be emboldened now. So, this year for the ANC is going to be it's going to be a big determining factor. There could be a break in the ANC, I think, over this issue, because the challenge has been there now. Gauteng has given a challenge to the ANC leadership, and they very likely going to be the base of a response against the GNU from within the ANC. How Ramaphosa is going to deal with it is going to be absolutely critical. For example, if their challenge happen, maybe there'll be a part of the ANC that could realign, let's say, with the DA and the IFP and so on, out of the GNU. So that's all of these possibilities that could come out potentially out of the GNU. Now, let me talk in terms of, that non-state. Without a non-state, the GNU is not going to work. When I say the non-state, without business and civil society and professionals, and it's going to be very, very important that we have co-delivery. I did a report, and if you ever want to see it, for the state in 2010, a report issues under the name of the Development Bank of South Africa. Unfortunately, that report was rejected by government, and publicly at the time, Minister Patel at the time criticized us quite heavily in public, and the report was just rejected and never distributed in public. And where I made a case of, let's really look at the way we look at the state, that the state actually is not just the government, that the state includes civil society and business. And so if we look at a state that way, we then can talk about co-governing. So if we want to talk about a social pact, that we don't look at a social pact as driven by a party or by the government, but it's almost equal partnership with business and with civil society. So that's what demands ideological shift. If you look at it that way, because then we would be able to bring in the energy and the ideas and resources from the non-states. Because right now in our country, present and realistically, the ideas, the energy and the intellect and the resources sit outside the state, the non-state. I'll just give you an example. I mean, just let's say negotiations, let's say foreign policy negotiations. Say let South African government negotiate, let's just say with China on a trade deal. Often, in many of these negotiations, the state negotiators are often not well capacitated. And I've seen it because I have been asked occasionally by the states to provide support in terms of mapping, mapping our interests and mapping other countries and so on. So let's just say in the negotiation with China, South African government with China, I mean, there are many South African companies that engage with China. I mean, have won some of this, that dominate or got an entry into some of those markets. So, if we then think of the state as bigger, those individuals would be then part of that negotiation delegation. It's as simple as that. So then a negotiation team would not just be government, but a negotiating team would be anyone in South Africa who has actually has the expertise in that market that we're engaging with would be part of that team. And would actually even lead a team. So it doesn't mean the government won't lead a team, but it would be, I mean, if there is, let's just say Standard Bank has creamed the Chinese market, it would be one of those officials from Standard Bank who would lead the negotiations because they would know what's going on, and so on. So that's when so that's a typical, I mean, I could use many other examples, but that's sort of a simplified when I say in terms of this, we have to look at the states much bigger, and this is an opportunity now. The GNU is an opportunity for us to do that. Last 5 minutes. I'll end off just to look, in relation just from MPC. It was a very, when the MPC, one of the principles was your 11 parties not to at all partner with the ANC and with the EFF. Okay, that was the original agreement for the Moonshot Pact. So it was quite a big decision for them to make after the elections, whether to partner with the ANC or not. Right? I, prior to that, had given, again, I'm an independent chairperson, so not political party, so person. I had made a case before that not to partner with the ANC. Okay. And to rather to go into opposition and both for the long term for the 2029 elections. Then I reverse just after the election. I wrote a counterpiece. Flip-flopping. So, the results are totally different. The ANC's gotten below the floor 40%. A couple of the members of the MPC didn't do very well at all. And there is opportunity actually to change track and maybe actually to partner not in a normal coalition but in a coalition of government national unity and make a case for that and negotiate around that. Now, not all of the parties in the MPC agreed with it. Action SA decided not to oppose, and including the ACDP, African Christian Democratic Party, also decided to do that, and so on. So it has just meant at the end that essentially it broke up the MPC. And then my advice then for the remainder of the MPC members was to negotiate as a bloc, at all times, as a group at all times. I'm not going to say whether that was attained or not. I can't. I can't say that. And so on. And also to bring the provinces in as part of the package. So provincial, as a core part, to have provincial government of unities also as a key part of any package. And obviously other things, which I was very disappointed didn't work, like the speaker. For me, in our political system, I personally feel if you, in a partnership, in a GNU, if the dominant party gets the presidency, the other, the second biggest party must get the speaker position. So I feel that was a defeat because the speaker should have gone to the DA or to the IFB. For me, it was very important, but that didn't happen. Because the way our system works is the president, the speaker, and obviously the chief justice. But in our political system, the speaker is a very important countervailing. If you don't have full control, if you lose in the negotiations on the executive positions, you have to grab the speaker positions because in control of the legislative process. So and so on, and that is why this agreement is lopsided. It is what Siswe was saying earlier on, that the ANC actually they won from a point of view of executive positions. Despite the fact that they got 39%, they got a bulk of it. Now, if the DA or the IFB got in the speaker, it would have helped elevate that sort of power balance. But having said that, there is still, I think there's lots of opportunities with the consensus decision making, because that was adopted, allows the DA, the IFP, the Freedom Front Plus, the smaller parties, Patriotic Alliance, allowed them access to influence decision making and to block decision making, to prevent a dominant majority decision making. I mean, that consensus makes up for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for sharing your insights in terms of what happened, also in terms of the formulation of the Moonshot Pact. Now, there's a beautiful saying that says, in politics, there are no permanent friends. There are also no permanent enemies. They are just permanent interests. So I really sympathize with your position. Then, ladies and gentlemen, I've really failed to acknowledge the presence of the Luthuli Foundation. They actually spoke to me quite harshly. They said, this whole morning we hear about Luthuli House, Luthuli House. What about the Luthuli Foundation? It's two different things. So I really welcome you as well. I've mentioned the Kathrada Foundation and others that are present. So let us now proceed to Prof. Der Kotze, Professor at UNISA. Prof, please step up to the podium.
It's not good morning anymore, but thank you very much for the invitation to be here. And to listen to all the other speakers, I actually thought, what's left for me? So I'm also the one now, well, typically an academic, have a bit of a presentation here, but it's not very long. So as you can see, my topic is more about taking the Government of National Unity for granted. It's there, it has been negotiated, it's established. It started to work already, and tomorrow they will meet at the Presidential Guest House, not far from where I'm living. And what the purpose of this discussion will be is, what is the role of the Constitution? How does the Government of National Unity, which incidentally, I don't think Mr. Rolf Meyer is here, but that there was the anticipation that we will reach this point during the lifetime of this Constitution. So this Constitution was not in the first instance designed for a type of a coalition type of government. It was more for a one-party government, a majority party government. So I think this is, for example, why the negotiations that happened took so long and were so difficult, and why we are now at the point about how to deal with policy making. Because when it is within one government, one party as government, then it is obviously the party systems and the overlaps with those of government. So in that respect, I'm going to look at three focus areas. First of all, the relationship between the government and the Constitution. Then the main constitutional values, and I will go through that quickly, but I want to emphasize them because in terms of the argument, those values will be the values of the Government of National Unity. If this relationship between the government and the Constitution will be valid and will be applied also. And then lastly is, what is the South African coalition government or the Government of National Unity in relation to the Constitution? So this is in essence what I would like to talk about. And I'm going to differ on some aspects with some of the previous speakers, but I guess that's the nature of such a discussion. It's a debate. We have to have different views also and insights or understandings of what is happening. So I'm not going to give you any lecture on constitutions, but my understanding as a political scientist about what is the Constitution, a national constitution. It is, I would say, one of the characteristics of a national constitution is it determines the relationship between the government and the population or the voters or the citizens, and the citizens plus the people who are living in that country. So it provides that framework, that very basic framework of what is the relationship between the government on the one side, and the government, with that I mean the executive, that means the cabinet, the deputy ministers, because they are not part of the cabinet, and then to some extent the public sector also. And what it means is that it defines, for example, the notion of public participation. The Constitution does provide for that, in our Constitution at least. It provides an explanation or description or determination of how policy will be made, government policy will be made, in relation to Parliament and other components of the state. And then it will determine the nature of legislation, because legislation must be constitutional. And that follows from what we will come to in a moment, is the idea about the supremacy of the Constitution. So I hope you can already see the relationship that is emerging between the government and constitutionalism. And that in essence, a government like this one, the Government of National Unity, cannot exist if it is not in compliance, not in line with our Constitution. So the Constitution becomes the foundation, the point of departure for any government that will be established, or has been, in this case, has been established, for the purpose of implementing, of using, of applying the Constitution. As I've said, this Constitution, I think, was not in the first instance written with the view that we can have, maybe in future, a government of national unity. The 1993 one was. The 93 one Constitution did explain how to constitute a government of national unity, the interim Constitution. So this whole negotiations about which parties will be in and which parties will be out wasn't part of that process. So that was a very important distinction between 1994 and where we are now. And I think this is one of the complications why we have, for example, the situation today in Gauteng, which I think is actually against the spirit of the Constitution. Because there is a party which is completely disproportionately represented in the executive. And that is not in line with the constitutional principles or the constitutional values as I think they have been meant to be. Now, the first point here you will see is about it's about the separation of powers, and that's a very important fundamental principle of constitutionalism and actually of democracy. And the idea is there must be a distinction between the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And they must not overlap. Now, we have a little bit of overlap in terms of the executive and the legislature in the form of the ministers. But in essence, that separation of power will be, in this case, of the Government of National Unity, exceptionally important, because it will determine what will be the relationship of Parliament as well as the judiciary in relation to the executive or to the government. And what makes this unique in our context is that that government consists actually of an internal opposition, of parties who are not necessarily in all respects, and they don't have to be. It's not we have the same interpretation, the same understanding as the ANC, as the biggest party. So that is, I think, the uniqueness as well as the main challenge, but at the same time the strength of a government of national unity, is that it has these very, to some extent, diverse components in it that work together to serve a specific purpose that I will mention in a moment. As I said already, that the Constitution does define the executive relationship with the judiciary and the legislature and the public. Now, the rule of law, as we know, is one of the key principles of our Constitution. that includes judicial review of the executive and of legislative parliamentary actions. So it means that whatever the executive, the government of national unity does, or what is being done by parliament can be reviewed by the courts. We see it regularly, that is happening. So that creates, in a sense, the balance that I talked about with the separation of powers, and which are so essentially important and which depends, amongst other things, on the independence of the judiciary. Now, constitutionalism does encourage a rules-based government. It means that where governments can sometimes be very much motivated by either ideology or by a very specific sort of policy that defines themselves. In the case of a government of national unity, which is much more diverse, the common elements of that must keep that government together is to a large extent the rules that's determined by the Constitution. That is when you go back to the statement of intent that was signed by the different parties that constitute the government of national unity. The point of departure was the Constitution and the principles of the Constitution that they share. That was part of the pledge that they made. It was obviously a bit of a way of referring to MK, in terms of where they stand on the Constitution, but it was also laying a foundation in the government of national unity about what is at least they agree on as a point of departure. That is not debatable in most instances. What it also means, and the implication of that, is the distinction between constitutional supremacy and parliamentary supremacy. Because, for example, a country like the UK does not have a written constitution. You all know it. They have a few the human rights and the Magna Carta and other charters, but it doesn't have a constitution as we know it, a written constitution. So their parliamentary sovereignty exists or applies. In our case, because we have a constitution, because it's supported by a constitutional court and enforced and interpreted by them, we can claim, and the Constitution does it, that we have a constitutional supremacy. That means that it has very serious constitutional implications, therefore, for the government of national unity, because it automatically subjects the government of national unity to the principles and procedures and ways in which the Constitution creates the different spheres of the state, whether it's the legislative or the executive or the judicial or even civil society in general. So what I'm trying to present to you is that this government of national unity is not something which is going to have a free-for-all situation. It has been, it's circumscribed by a very strict sort of confines determined by the Constitution. So some of the sort of the doomsday predictions about the government of national unity, I think will be superseded by the influence or by the commitment of these parties to say, well, we agree that this is our point of departure. Now, I would say, if it becomes from the start clear that the government of national unity subjects itself to the Constitution in all respects, it will also strengthen constitutionalism in South Africa. So it works in both directions. The Constitution is the guiding principles for the government of national unity. But let's say, for argument's sake, there is very soon a court case in which whatever the government of national unity did is rejected by the Constitutional Court. Then the question is, in many countries, will the government accept that or not? Will they implement what the court says or not? And luckily for us, in most instances so far in the past 30 years, the governments in the different administrations did comply with most, not everything, but with most of this. But now we have a new ballgame in the form of the government of national unity. So we will have to see to what extent that is going to be the case. But it is going to be a test for the Government of National Unity, to what extent they present the Constitution and not their different policies, for example, as the main point of departure of how they're going to participate in that. Now, I've got three, well, this first one is what I've mentioned, the constitutional values. That's section 1 of the Constitution. I have more or less quoted it, except for the last part. Important, section 1 of the Constitution cannot be amended with a 2/3 majority. Only 75%. It's the only section in the whole Constitution. So it shows how important it was for the negotiators to say it's almost untouchable. Now just look at some of them. The first one is about human dignity, the achievement of equality, the advancement of human rights and freedoms. Then secondly, non-racialism and non-sexism. Then the point that I already made about the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. And then the last one, which sets out quite a number of things about regular elections and about the common voters' roll. And then the last part of it, a multi-party system of democratic government to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. And I think that's relevant for us. And that's relevant for the Government of National Unity. Because the Government of National Unity, irrespective of how cynical you are about it, it does constitute now a multi-party dispensation. Even if it is parties with 1 or 2 seats in Parliament versus the other one with 150, it still does mean that there are more than one party that's now part of government, but also that is part of the dynamics of Parliament and government then. So I want to move now to, and here I'm going to overlap a lot with Professor Gumede about what is a Government of National Unity. I just want to, and in essence I agree with what he said and how he presented it. Maybe just from my side, what I want to say about the Government of National Unity is that it is, as he also said, it's, my words, it's an oversized coalition. It is still a coalition, but it's much bigger than the normal coalitions of a 50% plus one, this minimum winning coalition. It's, however, an atypical Government of National Unity because it's a coalition. There are other governments of national unity that I will say essentially are not a coalition because they include parties, including the one in 1994, the ANC, when it had 62%, where there's a majority party who can actually govern on its own. So it doesn't need the other partners to form a coalition. A coalition for me is where there's no party with a 50% plus one majority, and they need to work together with the others one. Now in this case, we have now a Government of National Unity, which is also a coalition at the same time, because there's no majority party there. Now, what makes it a Government of National Unity, in my view, and it's part of the debate, I guess, and he referred to it also, is that it's required under very specific, special circumstances. And as he said, and I agree with that, it's when there's, for example, a crisis, like in the UK during the 2 world wars, First and Second World War, there was a Government of National Unity between the 2 main parties. Or when there's a transition, South Sudan, between the 2 Sudans, or there's a political, in 1994 year, the situation in 2008 in Zimbabwe was another form of a Government of National Unity when there was a crisis about the outcome of the election. There was a Government of National Unity in Madagascar and a few other, well, many others, and in many different forms. So it requires special conditions. Otherwise, if it's not special, why must it be such a large coalition? Why must it be so inclusive, so national in nature? So what is the special conditions that exist at the moment? And this is open for debate, but I would say, first of all, that there's a need for national convergence, a national dialogue, and a developing of a common purpose. Because there's, depending on your interpretation of the situation, I would say there has been quite a lot of polarization that between the different parties, between different positions in public, lots of identity politics, which led to populism in many respects, which is, we know in other parts of the world, it's highly divisive in a society. A minimum coalition, a 50% plus one coalition, I would argue, would have been divisive in its own way. You know? Because if it was an ANC, DA, maybe IFP, we saw what was the result. The ANC supporters didn't like it, the DA supporters didn't like it. You know? If it was, so the idea of a broader, more inclusive coalition therefore developed, so that it, in a sense, diluted the tensions between the different parties. It also redefined the coalition to something which is not just between parties, but it is actually there for the national interest. We hope that's how they're going to interpret it. So the question that Sizwe and others mentioned is, what then about MK and the EFF? Is it justified for them to be not part of this? Is it because it's their decision? Is it because it would not have worked if they were there? That's part of the debate I think I'm not going to go into now. Another one which I think is important, we all know about it, but we are not bringing it into the debate about the government of national unity, is our socio-economic conditions. You know, we've gone, the country has gone so much, or have experienced so much, whether it is because of the pandemic, whether it is because of structural problems, whether it is about the fact that the economy is not moving. So we have all these things that you see here, unemployment, social conflict, crime, and that we need more of a consensus. Now, ideally speaking, and I am an idealist in some cases, I think ideally speaking, this formation of a government of national unity provides an institutional platform for a more inclusive debate. I don't, like some others expect, I'm not starry-eyed to say everyone is going to agree about everything, or that for a government of national unity even to work, that everyone must agree and a consensus must be developed. I don't think that's the idea, and it's not realistic to expect that to happen. The idea of a social compact, as President Mbeki and now President Ramaphosa is talking about it, or the national dialogue, I misspelled it there, or corporatist relations, like for example NETLAC and others beyond NETLAC. These are the things that hopefully can assist in having more of a national process in order to develop more of a understanding, a common position, or more of a national understanding of about the big issues. Whether it's about economic development, about employment processes, about crime and social and family relations, social matters in general, and several others. You can include even foreign policy also here. What I think what is unique about this government of national unity is that from the start, with the statement of intent, it says it will include not only the executive but parliament also. So it's much bigger than simply the executive. And therefore it is about the chairpersons, well, speakers, deputy speakers, chairpersons in parliament. And that created a wider spectrum, and it makes it more inclusive. I think we have had some discussion already about the provinces. The government of national unity certainly includes the provinces. But what has become now evident is that the approach that were followed by the two main provinces, Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, were very different. In the case of KwaZulu-Natal, it depended on one small party, the NFP. And the NFP determined the whole dynamics of the KwaZulu-Natal negotiations and the fact that they had to do it exceptionally quick, because the first group that could get hold of the NFP would have formed a government. It was either MK or the EFF with NFP, or the ANC, DA, IFP with the NFP. And that's why they didn't care. They just had to get that agreement as quickly as possible. KwaZulu-Gauteng, as you know, became linked to the national debate. and then actually delinked from the national debate or the national process. The Northern Cape, although they were below the 50%, the Freedom Front Plus and the Patriotic Alliance supported the ANC there, not the others. So it was, in a sense, also now the question is it going to spill over into local government? In KwaZulu-Natal, it already did with the NFP. But will it happen in other provinces? Is that the reason for the problems in Gauteng, that especially Tshwane doesn't want this, because then they might lose their position as it is at the moment, the DA's position there? I think we will see more clarity about that. But then the question is, if you expand it so much, what about the provinces where the ANC has a majority? Limpopo, Eastern Cape, Northwest. Why are they not part of this? Why are they excluded from the rest of these discussions and arrangements? The last point is also close to the point that Professor Gumede emphasized. It's about consensus seeking. I think in terms of the Constitution doesn't say how decisions are taken in the cabinet. It's just simply quiet on that. So the idea of consensus seeking is laudable. It is what you want. And even if it was just the ANC cabinet, they worked with the principle of consensus as the decision-making process. But the downside, especially if you are a coalition, is that if you have a consensus approach as your final decision-making principle, then it means you give for the smallest party veto power. Then it means Al-Jamaa can say, you all can continue, but we don't like this, so there's no decision. And that's why this notion of sufficient consensus was included in the statement of intent, which is about the 60%, which goes back to the constitutional negotiations of the 1990s. You know about that. Apparently, the Minister Pravin Gordhan was one of the key implementers of the sufficient consensus. But I think what must continue, what must happen, is that within the government of national unity, the cabinet, there must be internal debates. And the different parties must be able to state their positions there, irrespective whether it's a party with 1 seat or a party with 80 seats or a party with 150 seats. But the decision, so that otherwise it becomes co-option to include small parties in the government of national unity. And you set them up in order to become frustrated and ultimately say, well, we pull out. So the idea of that very fine balance that must be struck between open debate, freedom of that parties can put their positions there, taking a decision, although it's not always necessarily the decision that that party will support. That, I think, is going to be the art of the internal processes of the government of national unity. Now, my last, something happened now. Let's continue. My last, My last one is mainly about the notion of collective responsibility and accountability. That's something that does appear in the Constitution, in Section 92. It says that the ministers in the cabinet, and it didn't say whether it's a majority party cabinet or coalition cabinet, just cabinet, that all ministers must take personal and collective responsibility for what they do. Now, I think the one point where the public debate as well as the media gets it wrong very often is to think if you are the Minister of Agriculture and you come from the DA's policy on agriculture you can implement. It's not so. We all know, well, I hope we all know that. Or if it is Leon Schreiber, who is now the Minister of Home Affairs, you can implement the DA's policy on immigration, or if you are the Minister of Sport, you come from the Patriotic Alliance, then you can implement what the Patriotic Alliance believes in. If that was the case, it would have been chaotic. It would have been a government without policies. So what we are now seeing is tomorrow the Lekgotla. It's, as I understand it, all political parties will be there, the 11 parties. I think the Lekgotla is going to work very well. Because what I mentioned here, if they follow more or less the procedure, I'm not an advisor for any party, but that they first of all would identify the commonalities. And let's for a moment park our party preferences. Think about it. If all the parties across the board of those parties that are there, don't you think most of their policies are very close to each other? Except for education maybe on some issues, the Belavet, health, maybe national health insurance, maybe when it comes to foreign affairs about the Ukraine or about the BRICS or about Palestine. But on social welfare, all the parties agree on SASA. About education in general, except maybe for Bella, they agree on most of the other things. On international relations, I would say even the fact that it goes now into more of a rules-motivated policy, the ICJ, the ICC, there's not absolute rejection of that. If you think about home affairs, are the policies completely divergent? No. So there are common elements that will be the point of departure of such a process of policy development. Also, don't expect that after the Lekgotla there's going to be a one consolidated document to say this is the Government of National Unity policies. Because policies, many of you have experience in government, policies is a living ideas. It's a living process. Policies are changed and amended and adopted all the time. And there's all the time, over time, white papers and green papers and discussion documents and legislation and so on. And it continues. It never stops. So in that sense, the idea of having an absolute consensus about policies, about having a statement to say all 11 parties agree on this policy, this is what we are going to implement, is not what you can expect after tomorrow. And it's not realistic, because it's going to evolve over time. Some of these policies must go through, have new regulations if they develop new policies. Some of them must be in the form of new legislation. It's all things that are going to take time, and over time will develop also. So in that sense, I think what is going to emerge is a sort of a common commitment to the evolution of policies based on the principles that they have already stated in the statement of intent. Now, what happens if there's disagreement in the cabinet? In 1994, with the Government of National Unity, the Secretary of the Cabinet then, Professor Jakes Gerwel, formulated a document, not very long, about 4 pages, that was adopted by the Cabinet about how to deal with dissent or differences of opinion in the Cabinet. Or if a party, for example, let's say in this case, which party? The Patriotic Alliance disagree with a decision by the Cabinet on visas. Then the question is, can that minister go outside the Cabinet and say, I disagree with that decision? No, but the point is, he still is a member, or she, well, he is a member of the party. You can't sort of now discard that the party doesn't exist anymore. So that is the very delicate balance and combination that must be developed. And that document, and I'm absolutely sure, and there's already references in this declaration of intent, of how to deal with these situations. And it will develop much further how to deal with it so that there is decisions, mainly sufficient consensus then, but at the same time, it accommodates these different parties. So that, because the big problem is, they don't want to be seen to be co-opted. And that brings me then to the sixth point actually. What is going to happen with the Government of National Unity in 2 years' time during the local government elections? But then, because then all these parties are going to campaign against each other in those elections. And then they are going to present their views and their policies as their own party. Because if they are bound in the Government of National Unity and they are expected to say we only support the Government of National Unity policies, then effectively they are co-opted by the big parties. And then you have eradicated, sort of killed almost off these small parties. So this is then again where the principles of co-governance, of coalition governments, must be accommodated with the constitutional principles, which says we promote multi-party dispensation. So you can understand why I'm struggling without saying it's impossible, and why I'm also saying I'm not starry-eyed that there's not going to be problems. But the question will be, what is the binding, the glue that keeps them together versus the divergent pressures that exist? And is there enough of a core versus enough of the individual positions of the parties that pull them out? My last point is, what is the relationship between the Government of National Unity and the 7 parties in opposition? We don't talk about it yet. And the point is the constitutional dispensation works on the basis that there's an effective opposition. So in this case, I think because the Government of National Unity is around about 70%, so the opposition, though it has 2 big parties, the MK and the EFF, has only a 30%. So it's a 70% versus a 30%. Sort of balance that exists there, which is not necessarily promoting an effective opposition role, especially in Parliament. So the question is that we must not give so much power or authority to the Government of National Unity that it undermines the opposition. I think I have many other things to talk about, Chair, but I think I'm going to stop there. Thanks very much.
Thank you for a very sober technical analysis. We really appreciate that as well. And I think we've really had various perspectives today that has opened the mind, but also bring us back to, there is a tool that we can use to ensure success going forward. So ladies and gentlemen, it's now my big privilege to welcome Prof. JJ Tabane. He will facilitate a question and answer session between Prof. Theo Venter, myself, Prof. Landsberg, Prof. Gumede, and Prof. Kotze. Can you all step forward? And then also just a hi to all of our people that have joined us online. There's quite a number of them, and I trust that they also enjoy today's proceedings. Nee. That's your mic.
talk too much. I see Busisiwe is not there, so that would help.
You the facilitator, you don't speak.
I will try not to speak. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll stand here so that I can see all of you. Do you all have a microphone? Yeah, just you'll use those, yeah. Yeah, let me attend to them now, because I'm gonna move around. Okay, so the issue of the government of national unity obviously has, gotten the country talking, right? And I see that Dr. Welsh is not here, but I want to start with what he said about legitimacy. And we're gonna only deal with the hour that we've been given or less, we're gonna only deal with about 3 themes. The implications of the government of national unity on economic growth, on economic redress, on strengthening the state or building the capacity of the state. So those are the key things I want to deal with. But before I want to deal with an overall theme of legitimacy. A lot of people are saying these things are not the same. This is not the GNU. In fact, I think Prof. Landsberg, who I must declare was my master's supervisor, but I hope he won't deal with me in that capacity today. Oh, okay. I've been told to come and sit up front, but I won't see my panel. But if I stand here, apparently the cameras won't see me. Those are some of the compromises that will have to happen in the government of national unity. You may have a good idea, but it may not work for the others. So let's start with the issue of legitimacy. Right? In 1994, we had a Mandela, and he had a particular moral, if you like, gravitas that he could use to make sure that this cabinet is coherent. If you listen to Busisiwe, you don't have that Mandela in the current president. If you listen to Dr. Welsh, he's saying the ANC lost elections, but they won the negotiations. So are they legitimate? So let's start there. How do you deal with that legitimacy of the overall government of national unity? Right? Is it enough to say, let's just pull all together and that will give it legitimacy? Or what could be done to sustain its legitimacy? Let's start that with some opening 30 seconds comments.
JJ, no, thanks for that. I think the important thing that we need to remember is we've had an election. And that election, depending on the amount of votes, have given you and the government of national unity legitimacy. First and foremost, in terms of governing the country, but at the same time, the bigger question, obviously, do they have the prestige, do they have the stature of the Mandela and the F.W. de Klerk of yesteryear? But I think if they start doing what they're supposed to do, focus on what is in the best interest of the country, then certainly they will be able to lay a solid foundation on which they can attain that prestige, and with that, the legitimacy.
Yeah. Quickly, do you think, Prof, that the fact that the ANC is represented out of proportion to its share of the vote in the executive is something that may put a question mark to the legitimacy, and that would need mitigation in the process of, in a sense, the life of the GNU?
So let me answer the last part of your question first, then I come to the question about whether this is a legitimate government. I think that shrewd, at times Machiavellian negotiator of the DA, Ms. Helen Zille, was spot on when she said that President Cyril Ramaphosa caught her off guard with the composition of deputy ministers.
Yes.
Deputy ministers. I think he played a very smart game with the DA. There were no disputes. There was almost consensus that we got our fair share. I think the ANC tried his luck a bit, but to increase the deputy ministry composition to 43, of which the ANC dominate, I think that there they were caught off guard. Is this a legitimate government? Yes. Could it be more legitimate? Without a doubt. So, why yes? The United States has a doctrine. Every United States president has a doctrine. The current president of the United States has a doctrine called Democrats versus autocrats, democracy versus autocracy. I think there was a hope that things would go so haywire in our country that we could be dragged into the autocratic camp. I think by all accounts, the outcome of the election has shown it's a legitimate government. Whether this legitimate government can work together, we will see. And it's a point we should return to. Final point. Could it be more legitimate? For me, and these colleagues and I always have debates. I think the tragedy about the EFF in particular having been excluded, I say the EFF in particular because that spear of the nation came from nowhere. No one saw it coming. No one saw 45% coming in KwaZulu-Natal. Is that I think sadly the EFF with a huge number of representativity is excluded on the basis of name calling, enemy number one. And yet we forget that in 59 metros, the DA and the EFF worked together. They were never in a coalition together, but worked together against the ANC. Could it be therefore a more representative government where those constituencies that are represented by parties of the poor are there? Absolutely. And I think it's unfortunate that for issues of, listen colleagues, I really want to invoke this thing, attitude, the way we still talk to each other, particularly as black and white folk, as if race does not matter. For me, that's the unfortunate thing that subtract from the legitimacy and acceptability of our democracy.
Well, we hope that they'll become an effective opposition, because the DA, after being an effective opposition, I must say, for a long time, can't do that now. Now they must do the things they've been saying the government must do, like getting rid of blue lights, amongst other things. Could you tell me, in terms of the legitimacy, right, whether or not the bloated cabinet, let's be specific on that, because it will link to the issue about the building a capable state. I mean, that's crazy, a crazy cabinet, 76, bigger than the United States by 3 times. You know, and when our GDP is 3 times less, or 4 times less, actually.
I've got a surprise for you, JJ.
Yeah,
it works. If you look at the Indian cabinet, it's even bigger. So
we usually, but with 1 billion people.
We usually compare to the United States, but let's look at other countries. No, I think the promise was a smaller cabinet. But the situation demanded more flexibility, of course, a bigger cabinet. And in this bigger cabinet, an interesting development was that at least 3 ministers that I can think immediately were kind of demoted to deputy ministers. I think they still keep the salaries as a minister.
Or so we think.
So we think.
Yeah, because they may not have been deployed to say, got this one. I mean, how does a Minister of Communication become a Deputy Minister of Communication to a youngster who he should be mentoring?
But I had a discussion with Peter Mulder, who was Deputy Minister, I think, of Agriculture under a previous administration. I said, Peter, explain to me, you were Deputy Minister, what impact did you have on the minister? He said, nothing. He said, we basically met once a month. We never saw each other. So if the deputy ministers are there as a balancing act to the ministers, which in some portfolios it looked like that, I don't think it's going to be very effective. Unless the deputy ministers make themselves part of the ministries in a much more activist way.
Actually, it's interesting you saying that because I want you to comment on this. Deputy minister is as effective as they want to be. Yeah. It's as simple as that. I worked for a minister where the deputy minister was always abroad. And that kind of scenario where they meet once in the 3 months would happen. But I worked for another minister whose deputy was there in all the EXCO meetings every week, right? In fact, the issue of deputy and minister was so controversial, the president had to write a letter to ministers and say, give your deputy minister specific tasks or specific areas of your work that she or he will run with.
Yeah,
and I anticipate that with the GNU, that's what's going to happen. I don't think those deputy ministers are demoted to sit around and do nothing. They are actually not demoted at all, but they are situated there to guard that portfolio. What do you think?
Well, that's exactly what I think is going to happen in this Lekgotla, which I share Dirk's view. I'm a little bit more positive than my colleague on this side about the Lekgotla. I think the SOPs, the standing operating procedures, will be sorted out, especially on the deputy ministers.
Yes.
And I think we have, I mean, when you talk about legitimacy, it's always legality versus legitimacy. We've got an absolute legal government.
Yeah.
The legitimacy will be determined by actions, by decision making, and by moving forward.
Yeah.
And I think that is the big question. And if we listen to some of the previous speakers, I hope our president get a little bit more of a muscle to move.
Yeah.
It is his last term. If we use the American example that Chris did, American presidents is usually the strongest in their second term because there's no
because they have
there's
nothing
no,
to, they
there's
don't
nothing
care
to
about
go.
re-election. Right. Let's proceed with this theme about. There's a lot of skepticism in the country about politicians generally, right? Does the GNU make it better or worse, right? Linked with what you are saying, right? There was a lot of song and dance about the moonshot. You know, they were not going to work with the ANC. In fact, they were made to sign, a pledge amongst each other that they will never, unless the moon rises from the other side of the earth, work with the ANC. And in no time, they are in bed with the ANC. Right? What does that do to how the public now continues to view politicians? Here's somebody who was campaigned for 6 months saying ANC is so terrible, and then they're in bed with them.
I mean, just in terms of, I think credibility among the public, I think this is a moment. I mean, I sense, and obviously it's not evidence-based, but sense a sense of hope among many South Africans, across the political divide, that maybe this is a moment, maybe there's going to be change. That's the first. From outside the country, I think this has actually been good for us because we put together a diverse GNU. Suddenly, our political authority has been rising. It's actually been very good for us, just in terms of even in our negotiating space, given where the world is now. So those two, so let's say there's a technical view.
Yeah. Actually, just linking to that, right? Would you then say, in hindsight, and I'm not judging you or any of your moonshot friends, right? In hindsight, is it a good idea to talk about coalition ahead of an election when you don't know whether somebody is going to get 1 seat and another one is going to get, 200 seats, and then you are wasting time there talking to, I mean, there's some of the people in the moonshot were very questionable parties. Nobody had ever heard of them. They didn't even get, even a half of what you need to get the 1 seat, right? Which questioned the whole legitimacy again of even that group and what they were trying to do. Would you do this again and say, ahead of the next election and say, let's prepare just in case we win?
I mean, just to start off, I mean, I had cautioned actually publicly. There was actually one of the moments where I actually made a public statement. And normally when you chair independently, you don't make public statements because it was impact in terms of, sort of your internal negotiations.
Yeah.
But I did say publicly a couple of months ago ahead of the elections that do not have a public conversation attacking, number one, the ANC or EFF, or saying they're the enemy.
Yeah.
You have to focus. When you want to win against the liberation movement, even comparatively, the parties that upstage liberation movements, because there's a certain thing about a liberation movement. It's almost a bit of a religion where people vote based on many other things which are emotional also and so on. And even if people are dissatisfied, they wouldn't normally break away. They would rather not vote. That is why we have the high vote. So if you want to be in opposition, you really have to show two things. First is that you're going to deliver competently, so you don't attack, because if you attack the emotions of the people that you want to get. So it's a core part. So that, I think that actually backfires.
So it could be a lesson.
It's a lesson learned by going, whether I should do it again. I think, in fact, that we've got too many political parties, number one, just to say that. And that's perhaps the coalitions in a diverse society is the best model.
Yeah, and you give them more time to negotiate. You give them not 14 days maybe. So because they gave themselves 5 months to negotiate actually, but on a wrong basis that they were going to win, right? And then now when the reality set in, they had 2 weeks to realign the reality. So maybe like it happens in other jurisdictions, give a little more time so that they can then have agreements in place and so on. And I think that's where Prof, you can come in there, because you question the legitimacy of the Gauteng arrangement, you specifically. But your analysis that is out of proportion with their vote, but it's the same at national. You know, the ANC at national is also out of proportion with the vote. In fact, they bloated the cabinet for reasons of patronage, really. Let's be frank about it, because they could have kept the cabinet the same, and the ANC then gets just less of that small cabinet and give the rest to their 11 friends. So this thing that, no, they had to manage things, it was really to manage ANC politics. But can you deal with the Gauteng thing? I think Gauteng people were quite frank to say they don't want a DA-dominated cabinet, and they ended up with an ANC-dominated cabinet. And I think they learned from what National did.
Well, first of all, they don't. First of all, for example, the Declaration of Intent doesn't say proportionality. It says sort of reflecting the representation. So it's not about exactly.
It's broadly proportional, yes.
But if you have received 34% and you have 70% of the seats, that gap is just simply too big. And then you have 3 small parties with 1 seat each. Yeah, 1 seat versus...
With a small budget,
versus 7 for the other party. It's imbalanced. You know? In the case of the national one, yes, it is not proportional, but it's not completely imbalanced. The DA accepted the 6 seats in the cabinet.
Eventually.
Yes, but still, that is in terms of the national results, is more or less actually proportional.
What do you think informed the Gauteng departure from the spirit, as you put it, of the GNU? Do you think it was a self-serving thing, where they didn't want the DA to be anywhere near what's happening in terms of the finances, etc., and they made the negotiations just difficult until the DA said go away? Or was it a true deadlock where they were not seeing eye to eye, which was better dealt with now than express itself in the governance in the next 5 years?
I wasn't privy to the negotiations, so I don't know what happened inside. No, as from outside, what it looks to me is that the first priority is they wanted to establish a government as quickly as possible after the national one.
Yes.
Because there was a vacuum. After the Premier's inauguration, there wasn't an executive anymore, so they had to fill that gap. That was part, I think, of the negotiating leverage on the ANC side to say, take it or leave it, but we need to have a government. We can form a government with that, because this idea of a minority government was one of the 3 options of the ANC right in the beginning, end of May. The so-called confidence and supply agreement.
Yes.
So they've gone for that, but my interpretation is that this current government is the interim government.
It will change.
It will change, and that 7 will be renegotiated.
Yeah.
Prof, can
and they've actually said that.
I know he also wants to come in here.
Yeah.
You cannot have a debate where we all, toe the same line like a bunch of sheep.
Yeah.
So let me break ranks here with some colleagues. So the emphasis on Gauteng has been placed on the ANC
Yeah.
wishing to power grab.
Mm.
So at the last juncture before the DA pulled out, Gauteng had offered the DA
3. Yeah.
But what we all knew all along is that the ANC, in line with what you've called, and all my colleagues call,
Yeah.
the national spirit,
Yeah.
what happened at National,
Yeah.
it was going to bring in some of these
Small
mini-me's,
parties,
yeah,
yeah.
these minnows, you
Yeah.
know, PA and others, and there was no disrespect to them. So if 2 or 3 had to go to them, then I'm putting it here right now that Madam Zille was then wrong, if not facetious, to say they want to give the DA 3 and they want to grab the rest. I think what actually happened is that point I made about what President Ramaphosa did to them with the deputy ministers. And
Yeah.
incidentally, I can give you a brilliant example where deputy ministers were very effective.
Yeah.
Aziz Bahad was not
Very-
the most ineffective
Yeah, very effective.
deputy minister
Yes.
of foreign affairs. Finally, let me just correct these 3 colleagues here.
Yeah, okay, please help me.
This, my friend here was nicer to me. He was nicer.
Yeah.
Because we both from Gauteng, we feel under attack, and we stay too close to each other. But on a serious note, I was not being pessimistic
Yeah.
about what's about to unfold tonight. And the idea that I disagree with Prof. Kotze and with you, Prof, is actually wrong. I actually am saying to you, the fact that one party tonight is going in there with the idea that we're
that nothing
starting
has
on
happened.
a clean slate,
Yeah.
and that the Constitution does not count. Your point that the
Yeah.
Constitution does not count is not true. I am as optimistic as you are, Dirk, that we are actually going to get even a 70%, 80% consensus government program.
On many things. Can I come in there, because I think you have helped me to plant the seed to the next theme now, right? Busisiwe Mavuza, I'm sorry she left before she comes to account to this. She says the people may rise if we don't do something. If we keep the status quo, the people may rise. But a lot of people may say, in fact, the GNU was an attempt to keep the status quo because the ANC didn't want to turn right or left, so they decided to stand in the middle, right? Now, can you deal with that in as far as the economy is concerned? Well, let me start with you, right? Do you think, right, that the GNU will make the people appetite to rise less or more in as far as the economic questions are concerned?
JJ, just maybe just before, can I just, I just wanted to get to that Gauteng again. Why it is such an issue? I will be very short. I mean, why is it such an issue? Because if you look at the numbers in Gauteng,
Yeah.
between the ANC, the DA, and the other parties, I mean, it's very, very tight. They
Imagine,
should
yes.
have had a much more diversified because of the outcome. If they, if the ANC, for example, have gotten in the 40s, it's a different story.
Yeah.
And so on. And that is why it is such a key. And actually, the Gauteng may actually be the point that disrupt the ANC national. The fight is actually started in Gauteng.
Yes.
An opposition, so it's actually the brewing.
Yeah.
And where Ramaphosa is going
So
to be
they could have been more kind in terms of balancing the power within the executive, given given the electoral outcome that was so close to each other. I think that's what people are lamenting about. But there was also a slight arrogance on the part of the DA, you know, trying to run the show when they were not the #1 party, right? And I think that's where there was a deadlock at the end. They should have taken the 3 and then let the ANC worry about how to bring the other 3 parties and then be left with the rest. But they refused the 3 because they wanted more and they didn't care about the other parties. But they will come to that. Can you deal with the economy now? Let's leave Gauteng alone.
Let me first ask
Yeah.
Prof. Kotze just to move his seat inwards, because I don't want him to fall there, you know. If you look at our national budget,
Yeah.
right, it amounts to the revenue there in total is about 2.3 trillion rand.
Yes.
70% of that budget goes towards social interventions. That's
Yes.
health, it's education,
Yeah.
you name it, and so forth. A mere 10%, about 200 billion, goes towards real economic interventions, of which agriculture gets 0.8%. For
Yeah.
land reform, is minuscule
Yeah.
in terms of the bigger budget.
Yes.
So what is our bigger problem? Our bigger problem is that 400 billion that is going towards social interventions, or more so welfare interventions. That amount has been growing for the past decade almost. And what is our bigger problem? The amount of money that flows into the fiscus has a downward trajectory. So in time to come, we will have to go borrow more, and we've seen how that borrowing has grown now almost to 300 billion rand per annum. That's just the interest that we pay back. So our government is in a fix. It's bankrupt. It's basically going to run out of money soon. And then nobody will borrow you any more money because you use that money just to prop up or to maintain social stability.
Yeah.
The sooner they can get foreign direct investment into country, get this country growing again in terms of, because what is happening, our population is growing, threefold over the past decade.
And you're saying they failed to do that, but the new government friends will help them to do it, because now they will have new people who are going to say, no, but you can't borrow so much.
Chris was right. There's a lot of people there in Washington that sits with their wallets open to say, listen, if you do this, we're going to support you.
Yeah.
So we are trapped between the devil and the deep blue sea in terms of how do we want to take this forward. And I would say, let's get our American friends to put their money where their mouths are and get this country growing. Otherwise, we're going to have serious trouble.
All right. Can you link that? No, I want you to deal with this as well. On the issue of the economy. Like, Busima Vuse's impure may rise. They will not rise now when they see the government of national unity, because they'll think sense may prevail. Is that the general narrative of linking what the people want and what we're setting out tonight to push as a new policy? Because there's going to be, if it's a new government of national unity, in a sense, there's going to be new policies from tonight.
I don't want to repeat what I said earlier about a developmental state and the number one criteria. If you are anti-economic growth, so if you belong to the so-called radical economic transformation group, and I sometimes wonder how radical
they really are. Yeah.
And you are anti-economic growth,
then
to quote the former Iron Lady of Britain, Madam Margaret Thatcher, you live in cloud cuckoo land. You're not serious. If you are not serious about economic growth. But I want to caution, and I want to link it to the last parts of Prof. Kotz's presentation, when he dabbled into this debate about what did we really need to go for a GNU and are there crises. There is a social crisis that's playing out in this country.
Yes.
And we don't have to look far. We just have to look at what happened to Minister William Ratto. And as we speak, the masses are on the ground again.
Yeah, and he has to fire his whole cabinet.
I wish to suggest to you, it's a dire prediction that we will have our youth bulge unless we make, in other words, our Arab Spring or our winter of discontent. Sooner rather than later, unless we make serious upliftment into the plight of our people socio-economically, the priority. So there again, I am optimistic that even the DA that says quality of opportunity versus the ANC that says redistribution through, for example, social grants, whatever models they are, they need to come urgent, they need to be serious, and I would be the first to say to you, surprise, surprise, there will be consensus tonight on the economic issues.
Can please come in there on redress, because a lot of people are saying, yes, we want economic growth, right? but they don't believe that the GNU can deal with the issue of redress, because that redress is linked to what I want to call various time bombs that are facing us. 68% unemployment of youth.
JJ, let me...
Zero economic growth.
Yeah, let me declare my interest.
Yes.
I'm not a metro man. I'm a rural man. Although my address is UJ, my home is Potchefstroom.
Yeah.
So I speak freely about the Northwest, the Free State, the Northern Cape, and those areas. And the issue of the people will start marching is not at the national level. The issue is at the local level.
Yeah.
And the decline, our
they can't march nationally anyway. They have to march where they live.
The weakest link is local government, and they must march where they live.
Yeah, they must march where they live.
And that challenge Dirk showed, 2026, is the next key date in many ways. But with local government elections and the government of national unity, and the positive thing that I've seen so far in terms of your question is that the formation of the government of national unity, despite all the issues and the little things, has increased the expectation, the economic climate. Remember, a lot of the economy is about the climate, how people feel about what they expect, what they think can happen. That is a positive part of the government of national unity. And I think a lot of investments, counting the cranes when I travel through Joburg and Pretoria and those things, that tells me whether something is going on or not. There's not much going on. So I'm expecting a lot of these construction stuff to start rising. Then we will know economic growth. And economic growth has got, like Chris said, a spin-off effect. But I'm concerned about rural South Africa.
All right. That's interesting, but it still doesn't answer my question about redress, right? Let's be serious about that issue in terms of what will happen tonight. You know, he's predicting something is going to cook in the next 2 days, right? Let's take a simple example of employment equity. The DA is in court now saying we don't want that, right? They're not talking on the sidelines. They're in court saying we don't like that. We don't like the NHI. I'm told they have toned down yesterday after Motsoaledi. You know, the newspapers are saying he doubled down on NHI. So if you just take those two things, NHI is meant to somehow bridge the gap between, you know, the health and the health, not on the health issue. Employment equity is somehow supposed to, you know, encourage private sector, right, to re-look at how their hiring patterns are. Just those two things, you know, a government of national unity that takes redress seriously. How can we have a middle ground on that? Because the ordinary person is saying, it's been 30 years. You are telling me about affirmative action that does actually exist when I look at the reports of the Department of Labor about the hiring patterns of the private sector. That Mavuso told us it's owned 60% by foreigners who actually don't care about your affirmative action.
I mean, just first to say, you know, there is not a conflict between growth and redress. I mean, just to put it, I mean, and I know a lot of people would say that, but there isn't. The first thing is just to do things right. Will actually, on its own, almost deliver redress. I mean, just fixing a hospital, a public hospital, without having to go out there and go form something totally new. Deal with the issues really. If you get a public hospital, I mean, because we're talking about health now.
Working properly.
If we get it working properly, employ people properly, clean it up properly, get proper, when we say it, you know, you get tenders around. I mean, our tender budget nationally is like 400 billion, 500 billion. And according to the Treasury, of that 400, you know, 250 billion disappear.
It's wasted.
So you know, so let's forget if we're talking about equity, but just getting it right, that delivers almost on its own equity, and it will deliver on its own. That's quite important. But the second one, if we bring in the non-state, you know, proper social pact, not you know, unions who are linked to the ANC and so on, a proper social pact. And then an agreement can be between the GNU and business. I mean, there's already is, in a way, we've got 150 CEOs that have been engaging with governments. Obviously, the government hasn't been so enthusiastic about it. But can we, for example, come together and say, with those companies are already working
Yeah.
with the state, can they work with the GNU?
Yeah.
Can't we then look at the state-owned companies in which the state has shareholding? I mean, even an Anglo-American state has shareholding in it through a PLC. So, and so on. And then it can be built a different compact to bring the youth in.
So a
For example,
capable
can
state can actually result in redress.
Absolutely.
If you just did things, you just remove the wastage, because I mean the Auditor General tells us that there's 40 billion, no, 60 billion now. It was 40, then it became 50, 60 billion annually wasted, by municipalities, by government departments. That money could actually be rerouted, if you like, for services that would deal with issues of redress. That's really what you're saying.
Just
yes.
very quickly, our annual
Yeah.
salaries for state employees
Yeah.
amount to 700 billion rand
Yeah.
out of the 2.3 trillion.
Yeah.
Works towards about almost 40% of our national budget
Yeah.
goes towards salaries. The big question that we need to ask is, what is the return on that investment?
Yeah.
If we have people appointed,
Yeah.
people must be held accountable.
Yeah.
Our biggest challenge
So
is
you will
not about anything else, it's about
Yeah.
holding people
So
accountable.
GNU would do what? Because there's a big debate there about that the state is bloated
But why is your staff
and
clapping
so on.
for you alone?
No, wait about. No, sorry. Before the staff claps for him, I want you to answer the question. Then what would the GNU do? Because there's a big question in the elephant in the room about your public servant is bloated. Because when you cut it, also you are now increasing unemployment. Others will argue. What will you do?
For me, the starting point would be
Yeah.
a performance assessment system.
But it's already there.
No,
They
but
give
it's
each other
it's not
bonuses over it.
implemented.
Yeah.
If you look, for example, a teacher is supposed to be at school at 8 o'clock and work until 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the
Yeah.
afternoon. But how many people are really at school? I mean, I traveled a lot throughout the country. I was
Yeah.
just the other day on my way to some place, and school was out already at 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. The
Yeah,
poor
kids
were
already walking around.
Walking around.
Yeah.
Now, that
So you need inspectors.
Precisely. But now you're going to
Oh.
bloat it even further.
Oh no. Prof, can you comment on the issue of the strengthening of the state? Because there's going to be a big thing about ESCOM, fixing Transnet, fixing SOEs, because that's where the state capture is happening, because they will dump, they will just dump a teacher to run an airline without thinking twice. May her soul rest in peace. Yeah. Okay.
No, this is a broader debate, I would say, about the capacity of the state, because it goes into ideological debate about to what extent what should be the role of the state. Is it this of the so-called developmental state, which means that it's about capacity and so on? Most developmental states were obviously one-party states. Remember that?
Yes.
They were undemocratic. So
Yeah.
the democratic developmental states don't exist yet, and we want to create one. With trade unions, public sector trade unions, and all of those things, which
Yeah.
didn't exist in Singapore and in Hong Kong and South Korea and so on. So the comparison is not a valid one, I think, but capacity in terms of providing the basic civil public services, yes. That is absolutely necessary. But if you start to go into economic activity,
Yeah.
then it becomes a debatable issue. And then and that's where I would say the more expensive skills are required. Whether you need medical public servants, whether you need, we at universities are public servants, so
Yeah.
that's part of the capacity of the state, I would argue.
Yeah.
So I think the problem is at
So
the
they must
lower-
second you to go and help one department.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the real point is at the service delivery level.
Yeah.
That there is not enough capacity. So what does it mean? They appoint more and more people. In order
Yeah.
to do a job that one person could have done, there are now 3 or 4 in order to do.
Yeah.
it.
Do you
So
think the
that's-
GNU will agree on the mechanism to strengthen the state? Because already the slip was showing when the DA said, we want to appoint our own DGs now. We want a DG and a deputy minister and a minister in one area so that it becomes an island there of excellence so that we're not drowned by the failure of the rest.
But don't you think those are typical arguments in negotiations? That you put it up there, you know that the hurdle is too high.
No, they were serious. They wanted DGs of their own.
They weren't serious.
No, they were, because actually they couldn't do that because even the current
They
ANC
understand
ministers,
legislation, they
DGs,
can't
are
do
not
it.
appointed by the ministers in those departments. They are appointed by the president. Those ministers can only recommend.
Not even the president.
Can I just correct you on that, because that was not true. I didn't demand that. I mean, just two things on the states. They don't have to come up with new policies. I mean, I was part of the audit, which is a government audit by Ramaphosa of the state itself. We made the recommendations. Not one of the recommendations have been implemented. And the DA and all of these parties. I was also the chief advisor of the Presidential Review Committee in 2009 on state-owned entities. So I did an audit of the state-owned entities.
That thick report.
That thick
It's
report.
gathering dust.
Not one. Think about it. Not one
recommendation was implemented. So maybe the GNU must just look at that report.
So in a sense, what's to just happened is because, those type of recommendations is exactly what we all want, pragmatically.
Yeah.
That's it. Just to implement that and just do it.
Yeah, all right.
I just want to bring in, Prof, some basic, crude politics here.
Yeah.
Okay. Ruth, waar is jy? Ek het jou gesien voor hom. Lekker om weer te sien. Now I'm going to put the former minister on the spot. Before the election in 1994, the amount of shredders they bought in Pretoria to get rid of files, dirty tricks. Man, those things work overnight. So why am I talking about 94 now? I want to bring it back to 2024. You will be surprised. No.
No, come on.
You'll have coffee outside. You will be surprised that after the election, the ANC was stuck in the first level of grief for 3 days. They did not know
what to do.
What just happened? Is it 40? He said 30.
It's 39.8.
Right? Whatever. But on a serious note, I want to tell you something interesting what happened since they started the negotiations of a GNU. Somebody gave them something to latch onto. And now, the amount of budget savings they have done by cutting on travel, on 4 houses, new BMWs, who can give it back, say you want that, what's the one you've driven for 4 months already? The BM, take this back. But on a serious note, the amount of, there's a seriousness that is going on. So let me conclude on this point about the state. And latch on to the point where you said, because there seems to be a dialogue of the deaf between these 4 about whether there will be tonight something coming or it'll be doomsday tomorrow, right? The moonshot will become a doom's moon, right? I actually want to tell you that there are some crude, hard-nosed negotiations that's going to go on. It's not going to be, you believe in this form of redress, you believe in this form. There will be serious give and take. And I suggest to you in 2 days, all they can do is to be ready for next week. When is the 18th? It's next week Thursday. Next week Thursday, the president has to
announce something.
Do a state of the nation. There will be a program. But these negotiation and cabinet meetings are going to go on, and the centrality of rebuilding what Achille Mbembe has called, and we don't give him enough credit for the phrase, Prof, people just quote this phrase, the hollowing out of the state during President Zuma and other periods, right? We've left an empty state, and now we're going to have to go and
rebuild. All right, I'm going to have to leave it there. We've run out of time, but I want, in 30 seconds, each of you to give one line of advice to the GNU in order to succeed. Because this is what we have now. It has to succeed. I heard that, I think it was one of the panelists saying that I think it is you, Prof, who said that the other people are invested in the state failing. But remember, they're not in power, so they can only wish for failure and point out failure, but they can't generate the failure themselves. The people who can fail are the ones who are given the budget and the power. So, piece of advice to the GNU quickly in 30 seconds for success.
They must build trust in each other.
They must trust in each other.
They must build trust.
Build trust, okay.
Even if they mistrust, don't trust each other. That's the point of departure.
All right.
If you trust each other, then you can go into other.
No, wonderful. Prof?
They must govern in the public interest. So all decisions has to be in the public interest, not party.
Govern in the public interest.
I think
Yours?
I think they must invest in technical committees between parties and cabinet, between parties and things, so that those things can be cleared out as a clearinghouse between they get to cabinet level and government of national.
So that they don't have public spats and what have you that was already started now in the last 2 weeks, okay?
If you are there for power grab and to enhance the reputation of your party and its narrow constituency, leave before the Lagotla tonight, join the opposition, so that those who are serious to build a united,
can actually stay.
non-sexist, non-racist South Africa in which all of us belong and have a place under the sun. If you're not there for that, please join the opposition benches.
Thank you very much. Christo, you got the last word.
You know, we are very good at designing plans. There's my colleague over there. We've been part of Agripakisa. We were part of the AAMP. It's the Agro Processing Master Plan.
There's Agrisa, NDP, you name it. Yeah.
Some of those plans, there are good elements in it. You don't have to appoint, again, a 15 million
Rand
team
yeah.
to go and design plans. Go take off those plans, dust it off. What are the elements that you can implement now, the low-hanging fruit, and get going?
Yeah.
Because we are now
to
fed
also
up
create
of plans.
could create confidence as well, because the whole world is watching, the whole country is watching. But I think that thank you for all your excellent inputs. I think because this is being recorded, I think it need to be summarized and sent to the GNU. I think when they see all of your names signed below that report, they may well take it seriously. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause.
Can we just sit like this quickly? Daniela, just a quick word of thanks, 30 seconds. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we've got lunch prepared in the Oak Room. Maybe you can just explain. Over to you.
Everyone, thank you so much for coming to today's Coalition Government Conference. I hope that you have found it enjoyable. So if you have not yet signed the register with either Ismail or myself, please come see us. We're sitting right over there. It has financial implications for us, so we would appreciate your John Hancock. And then each of you will receive an email with a survey about this conference. Please be frank about your input. We would love it. We would love to have even better conferences in the future. Special thank you to each of our speakers. Absolutely loved it. Prof. Landsberg, don't feel left out that we didn't clap as hard for you. Christo pays my salary. It's you know. Yeah, so thank you so much. I hope each of you form part of the MACs, the Ministerial Advisory Committees that are going to be established. All right.
Just, as I promised, we will send you from our special collection of wines. We will deliver the wines at your place. Right?
Could I just say, he wasn't a bad student at all in my class.
Right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to the Oak Room. Where is that?